Aloha.
Aloha. How's everybody doing today?
Good. Fine.
Pretty good.
This is Dallas.
Hello, Dallas. Hello, Nikki. Hello, Gandalf.
Hello. This is my initial presence on the conference call, so I'm just learning the ropes here.
Right on. Well, welcome to our world.
That sounds like, is Donna Piranha on yet?
I do not see her yet. Waistline just joined us. Hello, Waistline.
I'm fine.
All right. Everybody's mics are open still if you want to say hello and chat with each other while we get organized. Still about a minute till.
Oh, I'm impressed. So many people are here early.
Yeah, we're doing good for us.
God, I'm bad.
Waistline's mic is not on. There we go.
Hey, well, I can plug this thing. Oh, my God.
What?
I plug my phone in. Oh, my God. Ooh, almost died.
Does everybody have the Titan pad up? Where's today's agenda? I'm on the 17 still, and it has no today. But it had last time and the time before. Oh, it's /4. Thank you. Okay, so there's another thing. If you are not yet hooked up on the Titan pad and you have a computer, please sign in to natgat2014.titanpad.com/4. And that will get you to today's agenda. Okay.
Hi.
Stephen Payan's going to log on in just a second.
All right. We now have Frank, Stephen, Chaz, Andy, and Chris have joined us. Everybody's mics are on.
I won't be able to use my Titan pad. My computer completely fried today. I have to get a replacement from HP, so all my work is online, so I apologize. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's cool. We'll work around that. Okay, well, now we got 4 more. We have Jerry, Kathy, Delphine, and Tina. Everybody's mics are on. Say hello.
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 Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, everybody. All right, and if you've joined us in the last few minutes, we do have an agenda up on TitanPad. You can find it at natgat2014.titanpad.com/4.
TitanPad.com.
natgat2014.titanpad.com/4. Can somebody type that in the chat? Or no, never mind. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Duh.
I mean the participant chat.
Okay, a few more people are on now. We have Lou, Brother Carter, Joe, Sally. Your mics are on. You can say hello.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Good to be on the call.
Hello, Kevin.
It's Brother Carter.
Hi, Brother Carter.
Hello, everybody. Good to be on call today.
It's hand up here.
Darren has just joined us, as well as Jackie. You guys want to say hi? Your mics are on.
Hi, Jackie.
Robert, your mic is on, buddy. You have a 4 up.
Oh, I don't remember. Oh, yeah, my computer broke. I was trying to say my computer broke.
Okay, right on.
I can't see any type or nothing. I can't keep up the work I did this week on side group thing I was in. Apologize, check.
Cool. Let's see. Okay, we have 3 more. We are now joined by Terry, Moth, Chip, and Nicole. Your mics are on. You can say hi. Terry, Chip, and Nicole. Aloha. Hello.
Aloha.
Aloha from Occupy Detroit, Great Coalition Against the Tar Sands.
Right on. Thanks, Chip.
Solidarity.
Way solidarity. As your heroes fighting in the tar sands.
All right. We now also have on the call Indigenous Nations Network, Lakota, and Robert Mendoza. Mics are on. You can say hi.
This is Roberto.
Say again, Indigenous.
Yes, this is Roberto Mendoza from Isle Namor, Central Oklahoma.
Ooh. Aloha. Welcome. All right. Well, it's about 5 after, and we have a boatload of people in the room. So I think it might be a good time to go ahead and reintroduce everybody in the room for everybody that just got here. Let's see. Let's see. Jackie, you have a 5 up. Jackie,
yeah, I don't know. I could hardly. Hello?
Yeah, you're on. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Hands.
Okay. I can hardly hear a word anyone is saying. I came in at about 4 or 5 checkouts ago, and I'm taking notes. So whatever we can do about that on the board. Check.
Okay. Lisa, are you here?
Yes, I'm going to take her into a private breakout now. We'll talk about it.
Bless you. Thank you very much.
Very welcome. Jackie, can you hear me?
Hello? Yes.
Everybody's mic somehow got put on mute. I don't know what happened.
I did that. Can you hear me?
Oh, I don't know, but that may be what we need. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was just letting her know because I won't be able to take notes if there's that constant like that, you know.
Yeah, I heard that too. Let me put you back in the main room. Your mic's on.
Okay. Anyway, Lisa, that's because more than one mic is open. That's what that sound is from.
Oh, okay.
Or multiple mics.
So,
okay, thanks.
So Carrie should be probably turning off everyone's mic or muting everyone's mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, that?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly well.
Okay, yes, I did. I've said that a couple times. I muted everybody because I wanted to do introductions.
Well,
yeah?
You might want to just call on them one at a time. Turn everyone's mic off, and then, turn on the mic on one at a time and say,
Okay,
Chaz.
that's exactly how I have it.
Okay, it sounds good. All right. We'll go for it.
Okay. All right, well, it's about 8 after now, and I think everybody's been announced at least as they came in the room. So let's go down the list and have everybody check in again so that everybody came in at the end can hear. Typically on these calls, we use on your keypad on your phone, use number 1 to raise your hand and speak. And number 2 indicates that you agree with what's being said. Number 3 indicates that you don't agree, or you're just not feeling whatever's happening right now. Number 4 is a direct response. That means that you need to speak right now. So number 1 is raising your hand to speak in turn, and number 4 means that you need to respond to whatever's being said right now. And then a number 5 indicates to us that you're having technical trouble of some sort, and we will pull you out into a private room and try and get you fixed up. Okay? So that being said, I say let's start at the top of the stack and go down and have everybody introduce themselves and just give me 10 seconds quick of who you are and where you're from. And we'll start with Jerry Ashton, and then Dan will be next, and then Cal after that. So Jerry, your mic is on. Aloha.
Aloha to you too. I went to the University of Hawaii, by the way, one year. So this is Jerry Ashton in New York City, and been following and working with different groups in New York City for some time. And I also blog for the Huffington Post. Check.
Right on. Thank you very much. Next we'll go to Dan Marks. Dan, you're up.
Aloha, Dan Marks. I am out in Hilo, Hawaii, Occupy Hilo, and with the articleview.org group, Inter-Occupy Article 5. Check.
Thank you, Dan. Next we have Cal, and then we'll have Barbara Smith after that. Cal, your mic is on.
Hey there. Hey there. This is Cal from Inter-Occupy, and also I was involved peripherally with the last couple of NatGats as well, and I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area. Check.
Right on. Thank you, Cal. And just checking in quick with Lisa and Jackie. Jackie has a 5 up still, or is that from a new one or from before? Cannot hear Jackie if she's trying to talk. Lisa?
Yes. Shall I put her in another private breakout?
Yeah, if you put her 5 down before she's got one up again, please.
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
Okay, so we will hear from Barbara, and then Robert, and then Gandalf. So Barbara, your mic is on. Aloha.
Aloha, this is Barb Smith from Northern Michigan, Occupy Traverse City. Check.
Oh. Aloha. Robert, your mic is on.
Hi, it's Robert Cruz from Occupy Reading, which doesn't occupy thing anymore except for me. I also was in Occupy Santa Cruz camp, helped organize, bringing people into it. And Occupy McPherson was arrested at J20 Occupy the courts in 2012. Check.
On. Welcome. Thank you. Okay, Gandalf, your mic is on.
Thank you. This is Gandalf from Occupy Sacramento. I'm the director of the think tank here, and this is my first time on the conference call. Thanks to Lisa for getting me hooked up and showing me how to do it.
Right on. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to mention, too, it's good when you're done talking to say check or over or something like that, just so we don't accidentally cut you off.
I yield.
No, that's okay. I forgot to mention. Right on. Okay, check Gandalf. Thanks for joining us. Nice to have you. Next we'll have Nikki, and then Dallas, and then Waistline. Nikki, your mic is on.
Nikki from Palm Springs, Occupy Coachella Valley, Occupy Joshua Tree, Occupy. Over.
Thank you. All right, Dallas, you're on.
Howdy, y'all. This is Dallas calling in from New York. Check.
Right on. Waistline, your mic is on.
Yes, I'm Waistline Daryl Mitchell, Occupy Detroit. Over.
Right on. Welcome. Next we have Frank, and then Stephen Payan, and then Chaz. Frank, you're up.
Aloha, this is Frank from Occupy Naperville, Occupy Chicago. Check.
Welcome. Stephen Payan, you're up.
Good afternoon, sisters and brothers. My name is Stephen Payan from the Brown Berets, Lacla, Sacramento, with Occupy Sacramento, one of the hosting chapters, organizers, and look forward to building with you. Also part of the Anti-Monsanto project, too.
All right, welcome. Chaz, before I turn you on, I just want to recognize that Esperanza and Donna Perron are in the room now. So welcome. And we are getting down through, we're going down through the list and doing introductions. So we'll get you your 10 seconds here pretty soon too. So we're going to have Chaz, and then Andy Kahn, and then Chris. Chaz, you're up.
Hi, this is Chaz, calling from Occupy Pittsburgh, and I work with human beings to make the world a better place. Check.
Excellent. Yes. Andy, you're up.
Andy Kahn, Occupy Sacramento, Logistics National Gathering. I'm also with Stop Monsanto and Earth First. Check.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I had left everybody's mic open, but it's getting a little noisy now. So I'm going and turning a few off.
No.
There we go. Okay. Okay, Chris M., you're up. Welcome.
This is Chris from Occupy San Diego, Occupy Walk USA, and Occupy Seattle. Hello, everybody. I yield.
Excellent. Welcome. Okay, next we have Delphine, followed by Tina, and then Chip. Delphine, welcome.
Thank you. This is Delphine Brody from Occupy Sacramento.
All right. Welcome. Tina, you're on.
Hi, this is Tina. I'm from Albuquerque, and I'm with Occupy Racism. Check.
Welcome, Tina. Chip, introduce yourself.
This is Chip, Occupy Detroit, Detroit Coalitions Against the Tar Sands and the indigenous urban community around Detroit. Check.
Right on. Welcome. Brother Carter, followed by Joe Hawk, followed by Sally. Brother, aloha. Oh, wait.
Brother Carter.
There you are. I'm sorry. Wait, start again. I misclicked.
You ready?
Yep, go for it. I'm sorry.
Brother Carter, calling from Sacramento, California. Urban Outreach, Occupy the Dream, and part of the Monsanto's project, and police brutality. And I just wanted to say glad to be on the call today. Check.
Right on. Welcome. Okay, Joe, you're on.
Hey, good evening, everyone. This is Joe from Pueblo House, Pueblo, Colorado, and I'm representing WikiLeaks Feed. Check.
Right on. Welcome. Sally, followed by Sharon, and then Jackie, if we have Jackie back. Sally, you're up.
Yeah, hi. Sally from Occupy Bergen County, New Jersey. Here for the first hour only because I have another conference call at 8.
All right. Glad you could check in as much as you can. That's great. Sharon, you're up. Sharon Smith. Maybe she has stepped away. We'll wait for Sharon to come back. Jackie, are you with us?
Yep, I am. Hi, Jackie, Occupy Buffalo, and in Iraq. Check.
Aloha. All right, we next have Terry, Roberto, and Nicole. Terry, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, this is Terry and Bill from Sacramento, and first time. Thanks, Lisa, for the instructions and invite. Check.
Right on. Thanks, Terry. Roberto, you're on.
Yes, this is Roberto Mendoza, Occupy Central Oklahoma, and formerly with Occupy Tulsa Neighborhoods. Check.
Aloha, welcome. Nicole, introduce yourself.
Hey, this is Nicole from Michigan, and I'm with Occupy Racism.
All right, aloha, Nicole. Lisa, are you in here? We have a number 5 from Sharon.
Okay, thank you. I am here. Let me find Sharon and see what we can do to help her. Thank you.
Bless you. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Right on. And we're almost at the bottom of the list, folks. Almost everybody has checked in, but we still need to hear from. Next we'll hear from Indigenous Nations Network and then Bob Saunders. Indigenous Nations, your mic is on.
Good afternoon from California, originally with Occupy DC and the Lakota Nation Eyapaha, but also with the working group of the Elders Council of the Occupy Wall Street. And good afternoon from California. Check.
Good afternoon. Thanks for checking in. Bob Saunders, your mic is on.
Hi, it's Bob Saunders from Sacramento, California, working on the NatGat 3 with Andy, doing logistics and a bunch of other things. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for checking in. And next we have Esperanza and then Donna. Esperanza, welcome.
Hi, this is Esperanza from Michigan, and I'm with Idle No More and Native Voices United radio station. Check.
Welcome. Donna, and then we still have Lou. I'm sorry, Lou, but Donna, your mic is on.
Hi, everyone. This is Donna Pirana. I'm from Occupy San Diego, and it's good to hear so many people on the call today. Thank you. I checked.
All right. Welcome. Lou, are you there?
Lou's here. Hi, everyone. I'm Lou, occupying sunny Florida at the moment. Glad to meet y'all. Check.
All right. Aloha, everybody. I think that's everybody. If there's anybody that hasn't checked in, please press 1 to be called on, and I will call on you. Oh, got a couple. Thank you. Okay, we have Sharon and Kathy still yet. Sharon, your mic is on.
Hi, my name is Sharon Smith. I'm from Occupy Racism and Idle No More East Coast.
All right, thank you. And Kathy, you're on.
Hi, Kathy from Occupy Sacramento and Foreclosure Action Group. Thank you.
Aloha. Welcome, everybody. Okay. I think that is everybody that's checked in. Once again, we'll just go over the hand signals. Press 1 on your phone to raise your hand and speak. Press 2 if you agree with what's being said. Please press 3 if you don't. 4 is a direct response, which gets you called on immediately. And 5, if you have any kind of technical problem, if you cannot hear or you just anything, press a 5 and we will pull you out into a separate room and try and get it figured out for you. Okay, so welcome everybody. It's about 20 after 2, and so that was a good amount of check-ins. It's great to see so many people here. I'm really excited about this call. I think we have a lot to talk about. So does anybody like to raise their hand and start and get us going? Please press a 1, and I'll open your mic up. We're on the pre-call part of the call. We're on the pre-call part of the call. But there is an agenda for today. If you have a computer available, you can follow along with the agenda. Type in NatGat, NATGAT, 2014.titanpad.com/4. Okay, so that's natgat2014.titanpad.com/4. And then there's also a chat box over there too, which is also very handy to type things in and talk to each other. And we have Nikki with her hand up. Great. Nikki, your mic is on.
Oh, no, I was just saying that we have an agenda. Get going on.
Oh, you wanted to hear about the agenda? So did you find it?
No, I'm not. I'm on thing, but you asked if anybody has any ideas, and I just said get to the agenda.
Oh, right on. Okay. Well, the agenda is okay. So, well, let me introduce you. I'm Carrie. I didn't introduce myself. I forgot me. Aloha, everybody. I'm Carrie Marks. I'm from Occupy Hilo. I live on the Big Island of Hawaii with my husband and 3 of our 4 kids. And it's nice to meet everybody. Our technical assistant for today is Lisa, and we have Jackie taking notes. So thanks to both of you ladies, too, for stepping up and helping out. So we've done the instructions. We've gone over the keypad a couple times. The next thing on the agenda is security culture. And it says on the agenda, call is recorded. Everyone okay with that? So yes, all the calls are recorded in Intra-Occupy, and last week also too we recorded the call. I uploaded it. That was me. I did not mean to tip anybody's cards or make anybody angry. I did it out of transparency and just trying to help the people that had maybe couldn't check into the call and wanted to, see what happened and who said what and get caught up. So that's why I put it up. I would like to keep on doing that, or for somebody to keep on doing it. It doesn't have to be me. We had talked about it during the call and the week before about making those available so that everybody could follow along. And does anybody have anything to say about that? Nikki, you still have your 1 up, but that's probably from before. I've got 3 2s and a whole lot of blank stares. We have 4 2s. So does anybody want to speak to that, or is everybody pretty cool with putting up 2s? I still have no 3s yet. So I'm going to assume that that's pretty okay. 2s are still coming in. We have 11. Oh, I never did count how many people are on this call. A lot. Let's see, 5, 9, 12, 14. We have 15 people on this call, and 11 say yes. And I have Robert with a technical question. Robert, can you speak? You're on.
Yeah, I wasn't tech. I hit 4. I was going to say that if you bring something up to vote, please call for a vote so everyone knows they should vote. I believe that everyone in the group should cast a vote unless they want to abstain, but they need to at least hit a button to let you know it's an abstention and not that they're not present or not connected, because that could be a technical problem.
Good point. Thank you. Okay, so I did kind of mean that just as a temperature check, just to see where we're at. And actually, I would love to hear from anybody else that wants to speak to it, but so far nobody has raised a hand at a 1 or a 4. But I'll tell you what, I will make a proposal then. I'm going to put everybody's hands down. We're at 13 twos right now. Oh, wait, and I have a 5 from Cal. Cal, there you are. Your mic is on.
Yeah, just to let you know, we have well over 30 people on this call. As far as I was sort of counting people while we were checking in, and not 15, as you were saying. Just you know, check.
Okay, all right, thank you. It seems like more than that. I'm looking at the wrong part of the screen. Thank you. 30 people on the call. That's great. Okay, well, let's see here. I'm looking through the list again, and Jackie would like to speak. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Waistline. Waistline, your mic is on.
I just want to know, is the question whether or not to support the national gathering to be held in Sacramento to raise funds for a 3-day training around racism? Is that the question? Over.
I don't think we've gotten to that, but yeah, I understand that to be a large point of the purpose of this call is to discuss that. And so right now we're just kind of dispensing with some business of whether, how these calls are going to be, put out for the rest of the world to speak to and to listen to and to participate in. So let's get to that right away next. That is definitely pretty much the whole purpose of the beginning part of this call. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to put everybody's hands down again, and I'm going to propose that we do make these calls available for everybody to listen to that wants to. And if you agree that we should do that, please press 2. And if you disagree that we should not do that, or if we should have further discussion about it, I'm open to that too. Please press 3. So 1 for yes. I'm sorry. 2 for yes, up twinkle. 3 for a no, that's not so cool. And so right now we have 19 twos. And no votes from the other 10 people or so. I'm sorry, not no votes, just they have not registered a vote from the other 10 people. Nobody has voted down. Okay. And Cal has a 5. Cal, you need to speak?
Yep. Sorry, yes. So I heard you. I had a dropout on the call, and then I heard you say press 1 number if you want to do that, and press something if you don't want to do that. But I don't know what that is. Could you please repeat it at least more than once as we're doing these things, so we know what that is? Thanks. Check.
Sure. Thanks for the clarification. Okay. So the proposal on the floor is to make these calls as transparent as possible, and record them and upload them and share them. And so far we have voting yes with a 2. We have 22 people voting yes with number 2. Or if you don't like that idea, vote with a 3. 3. I have 1 3. And 24 2s. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to put the hands down now, and I'm going to let you raise your hand again if you want to talk about it. Somebody just registered, so I'm going to put them down again, and I'm going to let number 3 speak if they'd like to, or not speak if they'd like to. So again, now, if you would like to speak to, this is the last call. Okay, Lisa, you've raised your hand. Go ahead, you're on.
Okay, thank you. I'm of 2 minds of this, so I'd love to hear what other people have to think too, but I guess I'm a little concerned about posting all of our internal strategy and decisions and things that we might do, perhaps giving the FBI or the police or people who might want to try to sabotage the NatGat a lot of information that could be harmful for us. So that's why I'm a bit concerned. I check.
Okay, thank you for that. Security is a concern. I am seeing some hands come up now. All right, here we go, conversation. So we had, and actually, Brother Carter, I'm going to turn your mic on if you can speak. You have a 5 up. Do you need help, or do you want to speak?
Yeah, I'm kind of stuck on 2. I can't change anything, so I was going in the way of 3. And actually, there wouldn't be too much more to say because Lisa just covered it. And that's the most important element in all occupies that we see that has been going on. And when we don't have transparency, we have the leak of destruction. So I just let everybody to be mindful more than anything. But, yeah, if you can get me back on track, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay. Thanks for that. Okay, and we have a slew of 4s, just so you know. We have Chip, Nikki, Chaz, and Sally. And I think you pretty much went up in that order, so I'm going to call on you in that order. Chip, your mic is on. Chip, are you with us? You're open.
Okay, sorry, I was on mute. Okay, I understand those concerns about security, privacy, etc., but we have to be realistic that whatever we're doing on this page and on this call, they already know about. They can monitor it externally, and they have people internally, so we have to assume that. So we're on an open platform, and we cannot think that, what we're discussing is really private. If we need to do something private, really private, that discussion will not be on this type of a forum, or should not be. Check.
Good point. Okay. Nikki, your mic is on.
I was going to say, if you're on a call with me, you might as well assume that somebody else is listening because most of us are longtime activists. And transparency, if that's what we want, that's what we need to be. Over.
Thank you. Okay. Chaz, you're up.
I agree with Chip and Nikki. Check.
All right. Thank you. And then I think we had Bob was next. Bob Saunders, you're on.
Yeah, thank you. I think one way we should look at it is I understand about the phone call. I understand the desire for transparency. I'm kind of pretty much that way myself. However, if there's a way that we can, I think what also some of the feelings I kind of know Lisa quite well that I would have to say she and I are pretty much aligned with is it's not about putting the information out there, but trying to do it in a way of making it secure on a secure site. If we could figure that out, that's fine. We can never assume that the NSA and the FBI is listening in our call. I mean, we believe they are. But once we put stuff in writing, then that's information that's a documentation that could be used in a court of law and used against us whenever we might be arrested at a protest or whatever, which is very, very different than what's said on a phone call. So I agree with the whole idea about transparency, but I think we should also figure out a way how to put it on a safe and secure site. Thank you. I yield.
Okay. Thank you for that. I have 5s from Brother Carter, and I think Lisa has Lou. Thank you, Lisa, for taking Lou. And then all my hands just went down. So I think I had gotten through all the direct responses, but let me just put all my hands down. And then we had a smattering of 2s and 3s. So, okay, we have a direct response from Cal. Go, Cal.
Hey there. Just a couple of points of process. One is that the position 4 in these votes is very helpful for people who want to stand aside. So if people don't want to put up a 2 or a 3 because they want to stand aside from the vote, they get that option, and that might fill in some of the people who didn't vote. And then lastly, because we want everybody to opt in to the recording specifically for things like that, if somebody doesn't actually vote, I suggest that we turn on their mic individually one at a time and get their vote verbally because they may not be able to press buttons. Thanks. Check.
Okay, thanks for that, Cal. I happen to disagree with you, actually. Number 4 is a direct response, and I hate to change that throughout the calls, all the time. It's well known that 1 is call on me, 2 is up twinkle, 3 is down twinkle, 4 is direct response, and not saying anything is abstention. To be honest with you, I got called on the last 2 weeks for pressing a 3, and I didn't want to be called on. I'm just down twinkling. So that's my feeling on that, and that's how I'm going to run this call. But thanks anyway. And now I have direct responses from Frank, Daniel, and Chris. And I think let's check in with Daniel. Daniel, you're on.
Hi. So this is I'm sorry to be distracted, but I just wanted to introduce myself because I have class every Wednesday, so I will have to be late at least every 30 minutes if we are going to have a call at 4 p.m. I just wanted to check in. I'm part of Outreach, and I will be at the conference call specifically for Outreach. And I probably will only be here for 30 minutes because I have a busy schedule today, but I did not want to just drop in without anybody noticing. So here I'm introducing myself from Portland, Oregon. Check.
All right, aloha, welcome. Chris, you have a direct response. Chris, you're on.
Yeah, I have just a couple things actually. One, I'm assuming this group is working on a value-based consensus. Therefore, and this isn't their first meeting, I don't understand why we're actually still discussing whether the phone calls be recorded, seeing that should have been decided weeks ago on one of the first phone calls. And in order to be in the group of a value-based consensus, you either join with the values of the groups or you don't join. And that also stops a lot of infiltration, and it stops a lot of people coming into the group and trying to manipulate the conversation and control the agenda. So, I don't know if you guys have decided on that yet or not. And the first thing, my other part was, with a recorded phone call, it doesn't really matter because, 1, they are keeping track of us, and 2, with the value-based consensus, people can't come in and control your agenda. Either they can hear the phone calls from before. There's no way possible. I yield.
Thanks, Chris. Okay. Have we heard from everybody that has a direct response? I have a lot of 2s on what you just said. Several 2s. And no down twinkles, and no new hands up as far as I can tell. 2s are rolling in. We had a lot of 2s on this. Okay, well, we are now at a point. 2. Thanks, everybody, for checking in. We have 10 2s now on the current situation. Well, okay, so I agree with you, and basically, my response to that would be that we are still at the very beginning stages of all of this process. This is only my 3rd call. We've had several people check in that this was their first call, and so I think we are still working on, all of that kind of stuff. And what happened is last week I posted the phone call. I did it. I posted the phone call, and it freaked 1 or 2 people out, and then a bunch of conversation happened offline. But mostly everybody's been pretty supportive of transparency and keeping this out there. I think we're all aware of security culture, and that the FBI is watching everything we do, and everybody else is, and we're being watched. Assume it. And that if you don't, want that stuff revealed, it shouldn't happen on this call. So, okay, we have 2 new hands up from Gandalf and Lisa. So let's hear from Gandalf. Your mic is on.
Yeah, this issue came up during our General Assemblies. People worried about people eavesdropping and passing on information and concerned about the FBI or whoever listening. And I just said, there's a certain risk in every revolution, and if anybody wants to hear what I have to say, just, kind of pay attention and get it right. I have nothing to hide, and I think most of us have nothing to hide. And it's free speech, and we want to say what we want to say and not worry about who's listening or what they're going to do with it. At least that was my approach to worrying about the security. Over.
Right on. Thank you. Okay, Lisa, your mic is on.
Okay, I have a couple things. Let's see. I got a message on the dashboard from Terry Loff who asked, what URL can we listen to last week's call? So if you or anybody wants to address that, how people can access last week's call, I yield.
Oh, very good question. Thank you for that. Okay, so, thank you. Dan's going to take care of that. What I did was I uploaded it to my Occupy's YouTube channel as an unlisted link. There are 3 options when you put videos up on YouTube, and one is that it's just open and public like you normally know everything to be. The other one is unlisted, which means I can share the link with you and you can share it with anybody and they can click on it and watch it, but it's not searchable. And that, it's still out there, but it was a little bit hidden. It's not going to appear like on my uploads list, for example. It's hidden, but it's open. And then the other option, third option on YouTube is you can shut it down. I can upload it and make it a private link that only I can watch. So that's where it is, and Dan, I think, is posting the link to a YouTube video. There. Oh, Chaz did. Thank you, Chaz. It is in the Titan Pad. If you haven't signed up yet on the Titan Pad, it's natgat2014.titanpad.com/4. And there's an ongoing chat there, and we can share links with each other. So the board is full of twos again. We have 11 twos. And I think we've heard from the 2 direct response people, so I am checking the list one more time. Oh, Indigenous Nations Network has raised their hand. And maybe Cal and Chris, or I didn't put you down before, but let's hear from Indigenous Nations Network. Lakota, your mic is on.
Kolapi, again, just a word about all of these discussions that we're having about the security culture. Yes, we do know we are being watched. And yes, we do know we are being tagged. And that's the idea of us being able to follow our civil rights and human rights, to be able to speak out at gatherings, to be able to talk about these issues openly. So I'm with the idea that, yes, we continue posting as transparent as possible. And for some of us that have been activists for many years, we probably do have a long dossier. And for me, I've worked with the Zapatistas in Mexico and other indigenous groups across the continent. And so we do know that many times that these issues that we work on have a very profound impact on society. And without transparency, we will be just like any other secret group. So my idea of using our platforms, these public platforms, social media, it's very open. And up to this point, we are open about it. And I, as a Native American, again, have inherent rights that I do speak up as what we call an announcer, not just through the radio waves, the internet waves, but through the waves of profound communication with our Creator. So one of the things I do have is I always remember one of the reasons that America became the country that it degraded to is some of the languages that we speak are the same languages that saved this nation, the code talkers. And I do want to always remember that many of my relatives have always fought and defended this nation in whatever form. So when we think about security culture, we are part of that security. And when we talk about security, we definitely talk about openness. And because I am Lakota, I do have a very big voice within my nation and also a big voice within indigenous people. So when we speak out, we do speak for a lot more people. So to use the transparency, I agree. Check.
Right on. Thank you for that. All right, we have twos are rolling in again. A lot of agreement on that, and a hand up from Lisa. Lisa, your mic is still on. Go ahead.
Thank you. I got a message from Frank. I think he put his hand up and something happened, so he wanted you to call on him. I yield.
Oh,
Frank
thank you.
Esposito.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, Frank. And then I have no other hands up right now, just Frank. So Frank, I'm so sorry I missed that. You're on.
Hi, I just wanted to say that from the beginning, Occupy has been peaceful and nonviolent, and I think transparency is one of our strengths. So if the NSA and the FBI are listening and all they hear is that we're a bunch of peaceful activists trying to change the world, I say let them listen. Transparency will help us rather than hurt us. So that's all I wanted to say. Jack.
Right on. I thank you for that. And we have Nikki. Twos are rolling in, and I'm trying to open up Nikki's mic, but it keeps going down the list because so many people agree with you. Hold on one sec. Oh, I think Nikki took her hand down. And Lisa, your mic is still open if you had a response to that.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Right.
I'm fine with it.
Okay. Well, okay, so let's see, folks. We have spent quite a bit of time on this, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause a ruckus. I kind of agree with the last couple of speakers, and I thought it was just assumed that transparency would be, applauded. So that's why I did it, and I would like to continue doing that, and it sounds like that's the will of the group, but I'm going to put everybody, okay, I've got a whole bunch of 10s, and a whole bunch of 10s, a whole bunch of 2s, and no other hands, but I'm going to put everybody's hand down, and we're going to do this one more time just to make sure, and then we're going to move on and hopefully not discuss this anymore. So if you agree with transparency and recording calls and making them as available as possible in as many formats as possible, please press 2. If you still are not feeling great, please press 3, and then we'll know that whatever was just discussed had a big impact and we need to do something. I have 19 2s and 0 responses in any other category. 22s. Okay, 21 2s. Which leaves us with a couple people that either are choosing not to vote or have stepped away from the keyboard. And either way, I'm calling 21 2s a unanimous consensus. And congratulations, everybody. I think we're good. All right, we rock. So let's move on then to the main reason I think everybody has signed into this call early, which is to discuss what has transpired and what the plans are going forward from here. And I'm going to, hold on, I'm putting everybody's hands down now. So if we have, who would like to speak to this first? Please put a 1 and I'll call on you kind of in the order I see them. Or are we Sharon? Okay, I have Sharon with her hand up. Sharon, your mic is on.
Hi. We passed around a pirate pad earlier so that people would have a chance to look at what we are talking about. And I don't know if everyone knows where it is or has had an opportunity to see it. There isn't a whole lot of reason to discuss it until everyone has had a chance to look at it. So I'm asking, can folks go to the agenda if they haven't already seen this and click on the link that's on there? Am I in the right place? Yes, I am. It's Occupy, wait a minute, it's in 2 places. I see I'm on the agenda call. We posted it in the comments. Here we go, NatGat 2014, TitanBad.com 38. The password is NatGat 2014. Open it up if you haven't had a chance to see it, and then we can discuss it from there.
Okay. Yes, and so if anybody's on the agenda Titan Pad, somebody did put the link in the chat there. And again, if you missed it, it's natgats2014.titanpad.com/38. And that will bring you to the document that we are to be discussing. Okay. Is that posted anywhere? No, it's just the Titan Pad, yeah?
Right. If you'd like us to post it somewhere else, we'd be happy to.
Okay. Has everybody been able to look at that?
The password is Occupy Racism 2014. If you have difficulty opening it, that's the password, Occupy Racism 2014. There's also a PDF version.
Okay. And this is the Undoing Racism training for Occupy.
Right.
Okay.
Also includes
Donna. Donna, are you not able to access it?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm not able to access that while I'm on the phone. I'm not sure how many other people are. I use a hotspot on my phone to connect to the internet, so I'm not sure how many people will follow along with the document. But I do want to remind everyone that, too, that we are coming up here at 6 minutes to the hour, and we had initially intended to spend the first hour on this topic. So I just want to remind everyone we've really got a lot to cover if we can kind of hopefully get to everything, at least discussion of time and date today as well, of the date and venue after we have this discussion. I check yield.
Yeah, thanks for that. There went all my hands went down again.
That was my goof. I apologize. I was putting my...
That's okay. So, that's okay. It's all clean and nice now. But if anybody would like to speak, please put your hand up again. And yes, Nikki, you had your hand up. You're on, Nikki. Go ahead.
Hi. Sorry, I got disconnected back there. Two things. One, backing up just a little bit, but there was an expression used, value-based consensus. I don't understand that. I know the last phone call there was some discussion on it and some discussion that it wasn't passed as being our form officially or something like that. And two, if this is the one that was on last week and they want money to come in and do it, I think we should just have that money discussion right up front before we listen to any pitch. But that's my opinion. Over.
Okay, Delphine, you're up next. Go ahead, Delphine.
Yes. Are we on old business now, or are we still on announcement or report back?
We are on the old business first hour. To be honest with you, okay, I didn't know that we were going to talk about phone calls and all that for first. I thought we were going to talk about this first. So at least we're through that now. And we're on old business if you're following along on the agenda. Old business first hour, yes. So go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to introduce these two items which I placed on the agenda last week. The first item is called is about the Undoing Racism training for occupiers with the People's Institute for Survival and Beyond. Sharon spoke earlier during announcements to alert everyone to the Titan Pad where this information is talked about in more detail. And there's also a link on the agenda to www.pisabe.org. That's for the People's Institute website, and their programs page within the website. The second and related item, I'm not sure if there's a way to discuss these truly separately, is outreach to people of color activists with leadership and active roles in civil rights, labor and social justice organizations for representation in this planning group. The reason I brought them both up last week is because I had heard through the grapevine that there was a boycott last year of the NatGat, and so I went to the Facebook page of the boycott and read a lot of old posts, and I was moved enough to feel that this was an urgent item for this year's NatGat to address, so I put it on the agenda. So anyways, we're now getting to it for the first time because last week, we didn't get to it under new business until after the call was supposed to end, and so it was tabled and moved to the top of old business for this call. In retrospect, I might have actually done better to put it on later after more discussion with folks locally and statewide. But given that it's on today's agenda, we have the opportunity to discuss it today. Another thing about it is that I probably shouldn't have posted it under new business last time because it's not even old business, but there's not a category on the agenda for follow-up from last year. That's really what it is about. If you look on the TitanPad document that Sharon linked to under announcements, number 38. Let's see. I'm looking at that now. It includes. Sorry, just a moment. I have to find that one. Okay. It is basically a copy and paste of a document that I also uploaded on the NatGat 3 visioning group page. And if you scroll to close to the bottom, you'll see a series of emails. Those are conversations between the former boycott organizers and Cal representing InterOccupy regarding next steps in discussions that were part of the agreement that ended the boycott. I may have misspoken last week when I described this item because I was under the impression that the boycott was still ongoing. I stand corrected now, having connected with Sharon and others who were part of that last year, and I need to make clear that the boycott ended as a result of the discussion that you see there. Any questions so far?
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. We have a direct response from Sharon up for quite a while, and then Donna. Sharon, you're up.
Yeah. I am sensitive to the idea that there are people who are on their phones and don't have access to the pad. Delphine just gave a brief synopsis, but essentially this is old business from last year. There was a consensus agreement, from my understanding, between the Occupy National Gathering planners and Occupy Racism to create a working group that would work together to promote bringing an anti-racism analysis to Occupy across the country. That's our understanding, and this is only about moving that process forward. That's all this is. We've done a lot of work on this, and if anybody has questions about how it would be financed and the logistics and details, we can talk about that. But essentially, that was agreed to already. I'm asking everyone to please refer to the pad because we cleaned it up, and everything that is important to know is there. Check.
Okay. Thank you, Sharon. Donna.
Hi, yeah. I just wanted to make two comments, please. First of all, I know that there's a lot of people perhaps on the call that aren't actual members of Occupy per se, maybe to stand in solidarity. It's my understanding that maybe the structure of Occupy, which is an idea and not actually an official organization, I'm having some concerns that I'm hearing language that something was already decided for this NatGat. I know on last week's call I heard someone mention that there were already threats of another boycott this year. So I'm having some trouble trying to understand a connection between what organizers of the NatGat last year did in terms of making some commitments for this year's NatGat, since we pretty much are loosely organized and making decisions on the fly. So I'm hearing some talk right now that people are saying something was decided. I just basically want to get on board so that everyone understands basically how we are going to be making decisions. I don't think we've actually even decided how we're going to make decisions yet. So I just want to clarify who has made decisions. Again, not being able to access a document that was decided on, I'm not sure what that really means. Check.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, we've got a slew of direct responses now. Okay, so basically everybody's using 4 as 1, but that's okay. We now have 8 4s and 1 1. So in the order I saw them come up, I believe, is Cal, Dan, Robert to start with. So let's go to Cal first, and then Dan, and then Robert. Cal, you're on.
All right. Thank you for letting me speak. Since I was named in the document, by the way, somebody else's mic is still on, I think, because I hear background sound. Let's see. The first thing is that I dug pretty hard. I came in really late to this conversation, about 2.5 weeks before the gathering itself, and tried to dig hard to find out what really transpired. And part of the difficulty is that there were some commitments like sure we can do that were made between an individual who is an organizer and the folks from Occupy Racism, and sometimes they were done in consensus in a group call. So there's some muddiness and murkiness about what was actually happened when, and which conversations happened in one-on-one conversations with an organizer and which conversations happened with the whole planning group. So I don't know if we'll be able to completely unravel that, because I worked pretty hard to try to unravel that last year with some success, but not complete success. That's the first thing. So with this group, I think we ought to make a decision that an individual cannot commit the gathering group to the planning group to anything without the group having consensus on it. But it may have I'm sure it had consensus on parts of it, and I don't want to get into a back and forth about that. But the one thing that I want to address, because I was directly involved with it, was the creation of a group to carry this forward, actually 2 groups to carry this forward from the NatGat, because since the training didn't happen at that point, there was an attempt to try to have it at the September 17th second anniversary of Occupy Wall Street, and the difficulty there was that we only had 3 weeks, and most people were completely worn out from the gathering. I did go ahead and set up, as I said I would, a discussion email group, a listserv list for those people who wanted to get together to make an effort to create scholarship funding for people who wanted to attend the anti-racism training from the People's Institute who couldn't get there. And I did do that about 8 or 9 or 10 days after the gathering closed down, and populated that list with the 9 people who said they wanted to be on that list. And after the welcome message went out, there was not a single post on it. So my assumption was that either people got scattered in different directions, or they were just too burned out from the gathering to continue. So I did actually follow through with the thing I said I was going to do, that part of it. The thing that I want to take accountability for was not getting back to Robin and Sharon later on and saying, hey, the list has been up for a while and there's no traffic on it. So I didn't do that. I guess I dropped the ball there. So I do want to own. I do take some accountability for not following through with them. Although I just thought that we would have a vibrant conversation once that list got set up. So I did do that. I did get the list set up. It's still up, and the same people I believe are still on it, and it can be joined by other people. But that list was specifically for people who wanted to help get scholarships set up for people to attend the trainings. The other thing that we talked about was Robin said that the Occupy Racism folks were going to graciously let us use the Occupy Racism name to have a larger working group, discussion group, to carry this into a larger conversation around the Occupy, altogether the Occupy movement. Now that list is being set up now. I didn't set it up back then because after I saw that there was no traffic whatsoever from the first list, it just looked like there was no energy there for it. And I never did hear a follow-up from anyone else about that, including the folks on the Occupy Racism group. So that's ready to go. That'll be ready to go soon. And I've already heard from people that they're interested in becoming part of that group. So it looks like that's a potential effort for now. If you have any further clarifying questions about either what I did or what led up to that, please get on the stack and ask. And for now, I think I'll stop there and check.
Okay, thank you, Cal. Okay, we still have a boatload of hands up, so we're going to go to Dan and then Robert, and then we'll see what's and there you go. You're on, Dan.
Aloha. From what I understand, there was a scholarship set up for this training class by last year's NatGat. And really, I think what we're all talking about here is, should we allow this to happen? And I'm almost inclined to say, what are we even talking about this for? And I would like to make a motion that we give Occupy Racism, I think that was the group's name, forgive me if I'm messing it up, and the other group that Delphine mentioned, to have basically autonomous control. Since they've already they've been managing this account and whatnot already, it was obviously decided that they should set this up. I would move that we give them autonomous control to control their own budget and set up a module that is congruent with the event in Sacramento, and it would just basically be a matter of how to schedule it with the other modules that are going there. And, I was going to bring this up later, but, really, if anybody has an idea, whether it's Occupy Racism or Occupy Silk Screening, that's great. Bring it. Let's consent, to having that module. And as long as whoever wants to do it has their own budget and doesn't require anything out of the normal event budget for it, there shouldn't be any conflict with that, really, folks. So I make the motion that we give them the authority to manage their own module and include that in the NatGat. Check.
Okay, thank you, Dan. You got a couple of sprinkles on that. And next we're going to go to Robert. And I've got a bunch more hands up. Robert, you're on.
Hi. I second what Dan just said about giving them the autonomy and giving them the budget that already has been approved. But my direct response to the lady who was talking originally, I can't remember your name, I'm sorry. You made a comment saying you didn't know who on the group was Occupy and who on the group was just, support. Well, Occupy is nothing but a name that the 99% use in order to facilitate the needs of the many. We are all Occupy on this call, whether we've done something with Occupy in the past, like me and others, or whether you're brand new to Occupy on this call, you are now Occupy. Do not be offended like I am not by the statement she made, but I must confront it. Check.
Okay, thank you, Robert. That's kind of what I say to people too. If you've ever stood with me once, you're an occupier in my heart forever. Okay, so I'll tell you what. We still have the list is a jumbled mess, but I want to hear from a couple of people we've not heard from yet, and so a couple hands we have up are from Indigenous Nations Network and Chip. And I think Chip, I think you guys are four, so let's call on you, and then I'm going to go to Lakota after that. Chip, you're on.
Okay, I had a few comments at this point. The expression that Dan made of give them authority, I find that very problematic, is who are we to be authorizing them to be in a place of granting authority. The other part is understanding what this group is and what it represents. My understanding is that this planning group is an event planning group, planning the NatGat for Sacramento. Whatever this group decides obviously has no authority to bind the Occupy movement per se. The Occupy movement is much bigger than what this event planning group is about. So trying to phrase it in a way that this is an agreement then that will bind Occupy to a nationwide ongoing activity, I find very problematic at that level. I think it's a critical issue that has to be dealt with, tying it into specifics to one group of people as being the authorized solution instead of looking at other methods of dealing with this. I know in Occupy Detroit there were issues about the concept of professional race training fixers, and this came from our both indigenous and African American voices that were raised about those issues, and that I think that'll come later. But for now, those are a couple of my comments on how it's been going so far. Jack.
Okay. Thanks, Chip. And Waistline, I said I was going to call on you, and you went from a 1 to a 3. So would you still like to speak, or no? You're on.
Very quickly, the brother just expressed my view about the idea of giving somebody authority. I think that's the wrong approach, period. We had this discussion last year about whether or not to take part in the boycott in Detroit. I was part of a group that voted against boycott, not because we don't see problems that need to be addressed. We simply felt that boycott was not the way to go about doing that. My feeling is that, well, no, let me get to the point. I read the document. I have no idea what it means to teach about it. Since the document says this is not about a feel-good session, I don't know what's meant by systemic analysis. And two, and my last point is that Occupy consists of people who think differently. Some people are anti-capitalist, some are not. Some people are anti-racist, some are not. And I think we need to take that into account. You know, with that, that's enough for now. Thank you.
Right on. Thanks for your mana'o. Okay, we got some up twinkles on that. And we still have a slew of hands up. In fact, a whole new slew of hands up. But let's hear from Indigenous. Is that what I said? No, I said Waistline next, I believe. Didn't I? And, I'm sorry. That was you that was just talking. And Indigenous Nations Network is next. Sorry, there was a lot of hands went up and everything kind of slid down. But Indigenous Nations, your mic is on. Please go.
Oh, Kholapi. Once again, I've got a couple of statements to make on the Occupy racism, Occupy boycott issues. First of all, these issues were brought to our table before my acceptance of coming to NatGat 2 in Kalamazoo. And I have personally consulted with many people. First of all, my elders to continue my work with Occupy. And we are actually a working group or a group out of a council out of Occupy Wall Street called the Elders Council. And, of course, some of that didn't follow through either. But I just have to remind everybody that many of my Occupy sites fell and in chaos. And so even in D.C., I remember the night that everybody got arrested, and I was in New York at that moment listening to what was happening in D.C. And so I have to remember that we are on a new day, on a new time frame, and a whole different way of thinking of organizing, because everything that was transpired up until that point failed. So we as a group should really think about all of these issues that confront us. And of course, racism is prevalent in society. Even our Congress in the legislature of the United States cannot get along because of race. We have many issues that confront those things, and I for one believe that me personally as a Native person cannot confront racism. I can't do it. I'm not part and partial to racism, mainly because I have no economic means to establish that type of institutional racism or for that matter, mental racism, environmental racism. So for me to try not to give it energy was an extreme sacrifice. Yes, I wanted to get into the conversation, and yes, I wanted to confront issues. But at the moment, and for all of you that are parents, I have 3 children. They're multiracial children, being part Native and part white, European descent. So I really have to think about when I say things, how is it going to affect the future generations, and am I going to be part of this racism? So again, racism has a huge, deep-seated issue in our country, and I believe there's one way to address it, which has to be from within the Occupy racism ranks. If that means that some of our white brothers and sisters add themselves to white racism issues, yes, because I believe that sometimes it's going to take white-on-white confrontation to confront racism on that level, and I really would appreciate some ideas on that level, because in South Dakota, where I'm from, possibly NatGat 2015 or international gathering, we really have an issue with racism, and it's a serious issue. And of course, racism always confronts us in the direct status of occupying our lands. When we as original inhabitants, occupiers of this land, are removed for separation's sake, we think that we have to defend ourselves, and of course we do, and we always will. So there's many points that I have here, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to excuse myself from the conversation. I've been on it a little too long already, and I really have a lot of things on my plate to finish tonight. I'm still working in the garden as the sun sets. So I'm really hopeful to continue this conversation. But as far as working groups and issues within our own, as we call it, people of color, and to address these things, because we can do a lot of conversation on this, has already happened. I think we need to go beyond this and move forward as far as what's going on. And of course, I like the idea that if some of these themes, such as racism, is going to be there, yes, we can dedicate some time to doing some of the working groups on that, breakout work sessions, and bring in people that have been doing anti-racism work. There's many people here in California. Many of us have been doing anti-prison work. Many of us have been doing trainings within the schools as far as being multicultural, multidimensional in our thought processes. So I think by the Occupy Racism continuing and Occupy Boycott continuing is actually a good thing, because then we can actually get the other side. Do we get the Tea Partiers to boycott us? That would be great. Do we get the Democrats to boycott us and the Republicans to boycott us? I think that those things should be where we refocus a lot of these energies. And for one, I really think that our local group here in Sacramento, I'm very near Sacramento, by the way, so I will be part of Occupy Sacramento, should be doing a lot of the direction as far as where we're going to go with a lot of the working groups. And I really appreciate the fact that there are many, many other organizers that can teach us how not to get into these discussions. we've all very busy in our lives. Right now, I have a special needs child that demands a lot of my time, and I'm getting more and more into reestablishing myself here in California because I have 3 children that are still infants and toddlers. So I think about having to dedicate my time to teaching them about not being racist or not being accepting of it, or for that matter, where do we go with this in our indigenous working groups? A lot of us have much experience in organizing big intentional communities is what Occupy is. We have experience in bringing together many people over days. And I, for one, believe that we should keep a spiritual focus because of our indigenous relatives that are willing to come. And one of the things that I'm going to stress is, again, we have some young people that want to come, and they are not listening to the conversation at the moment, but I have the American Indian Movement Youth Security out of South Dakota, out of Pine Ridge, which have done an immense amount of work on the front lines of white clay, on the front lines of the racist stuff that happens off the reservations. And then beyond that, we have a lot of elders. I have my brother, good brother, Tom Goldtooth, IEN, and some of the work that we've done with No KXL at the White House, where many people were arrested on behalf of Mother Earth. So these things are what we're bringing to the table, and Kalamazoo was a good learning point because what we brought together at the last day and some of the work groups and the training sessions and the things were very powerful. So we continue on that note and continue bringing in as many organizers, as many teachers as we have. Remember, I'm not an elder. I'm a yelder, a young elder. And I have elders that really want to keep their voices in our conversation, that want to join our conversation. And again, we have a spiritual focus on some of our protections of our lands. And that's what I mean when we say we occupy our lands. And we need your help reoccupying our lands. And again, my biggest focus on some of that is how can we get the larger occupiers, the 99%, to even give us some of our land back, just so we can enjoy something about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Because, of course, I think about all of our relatives that have given their lives in defense of America, and that's what we're really doing right here. We're trying to change the course of evolution, revolution, about the Constitution, about rights, indigenous rights, human rights, environmental rights. So I'm going to have to check out here in a minute, and I'm going to listen to the conversation a bit more, but my phone, again, is dying. And I really, really appreciate this conversation that is going on. It's going to open up into a wonderful, beautiful thing that's happening right in front of our eyes, this social movement that has been gathering focus, and the ball keeps rolling. And we really appreciate many of you are people of non-color, our allies that choose not to have a color. So again, it's on you now. And to support some of these issues, Occupy stood out as a movement at Wall Street to where the banksters and the people that were stealing our money, stealing our homes, that's where we have to make our focus at. Racism comes from them. Environmental racism comes from them. Corporations should not be a person. And so we got to refocus our ideology, our philosophy. And of course, we as indigenous peoples have our philosophy that we can help you to learn how to organize, how to work within our groups, within our own intertribal groups, intertribal nations. And of course, I always think about our 4-color direction symbol, red, white, yellow, and black. And when you mix those all up, we get an amazing color. So I'm going to check out. Have a good night, and let's continue this conversation. I love you all. And talk to you soon. I shake your hand with a glad heart, and check.
Right on. Thank you for your mana'o. That was great. I'm so inspired. You got a lot of hands up on that. Let's all give a number 2 for the last speaker. I thought that was awesome. Yay! I agree. You know, like I said, I'm from Hawaii. You know, I'm not from here actually. I live here, and I live in an occupied nation. So we're very sensitive to all that stuff too. And I think we have a general consensus to go forward and to deal with this and to do it. It's a matter of working out the details. And so what I have done is we have 10 hands up on that. Thank you very much for your mana'o. I really appreciate that. Good luck in your garden. I'm jealous that I can't be out there. We don't have dirt. But anyway, that's a whole other story. All right, so we have a ginormous stack of people that have had their hand up for quite a while. I want to make sure that anybody who has not spoken yet gets to speak. I did actually go out of order because we had so many 4s and only a few 3s. The last 2 speakers were actually just raised hands. So I have put everybody's hands down in the last few minutes. And in the meantime, we have direct responses put up again from Tina, Cal, Lisa, Stephen, and Sharon. And I have 0 1s. So again, y'all are using 4 as 1, but that's okay. And from the stack before, I still have Frank, Barbara, Delphine, Tina, a whole list of people. So I'm going to ask anybody who wants to speak and had your hand up before to please put it up again. And we've started a new list. And I'm going to start with Tina and then Cal and then Lisa. And at this point, I'm going to ask everybody to kind of be brief with your responses. If anybody has not had a chance to go off for 10 minutes, please do so. Go ahead. But at this point, I think we're coming around to the point where we can move on with this. And then now Bob has popped up with a direct response too. So I think I said Sharon, Lisa, Cal, yeah? So Sharon, your mic is on. Go ahead. If Sharon's with us anymore, you're mic'd up. Otherwise, we're going to turn on Lisa, too, at the same time. Lisa. Oh, there's Sharon. I'm turning Lisa off, and we're talking to Sharon. Go ahead.
Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
All right. So I want to first talk to what Cal was speaking about. I was trying to respond since back then. Cal mentioned that there were 9 people who signed up for working with us in a working group to bring anti-racism analysis to Occupy. We never heard about this list, and Cal did say that he never contacted us. So, we need to get that going. Where's the list? How do we connect with those 9 people and get the job done? Also, we agreed to use our Occupy Racism Facebook page to do that organizing, to raise the money, and to arrange for trainings for the Occupy movement. And he said that we were going to do that together as a joint effort with Occupy Racism and the National Gathering planners. So we need to have a huddle about how that's going to happen. Our agenda is to bring an anti-racism analysis to Occupy. It is no secret to anybody in the universe that Occupy has a problem with racism, and we're trying to address that so that we can finally get to a point where we can work as a grassroots total 99% instead of 99% of a small group of people. That's basically what I have to say. And it's not about raising money or Occupy spending any money. We were offering to raise money, to bring trainers in, to arrange everything. And nobody's blackmailing anybody. This was an agreement that was made prior to the planning for this year's NatGat with NatGat organizers. Check.
Okay. Thank you, Sharon. Lisa, I have a 5 up from Lou. Lou, are you able to speak? Your mic is on. No. Lou might be having trouble checking in. Lisa, if you could take Lou.
I just turned on his mic. Let me see. Lou, are you able to speak? Lou?
Oh,
okay.
I almost heard you. Go.
Lou?
Yes. Hello?
You pressed it.
Hello, Lou.
Yeah, I went blank all of a sudden again. Last couple minutes.
It went blank
now?
again. Can you hear now?
Yeah, I can hear now.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I have on stack, we still have Barbara, Stephen, and Bob. Barbara, you're up.
I'd like to keep this short, but I do think that we could come to some kind of a proposal to support restarting or reforming a working group that would help bring education to address issues that result in systemic racism or other oppressive policies in our country, and I would support that proposal and volunteer to be on that working group. Check.
Okay, thank you. Nikki, your mic is on.
I guess I'm just totally confused as to what's happening. Is this just a group that is residual from last year that's bringing an idea that they're going to autonomously bring to the NatGat, in which case, you know, like Occupy Coachella Valley is going to bring whatever they're going to bring, and or is this something that we're like going to do what the gentleman proposed and do some modules on? Everybody's going to be self-sustaining and autonomous, and we don't have to worry about funding coming out of the NatGat 3 organizational group. I guess I'm trying to figure out what exactly this discussion is really about, because if it's about funding, that's a whole different discussion. If it's about who's just going to be participating in the gathering, I like the module idea with full autonomy for each module. Check.
Okay. Tina and Nicole have just put their hands up. Tina, do you want to respond to that?
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Sure, I'll respond to that. I would, when it comes to the question of whether it's going to be brought autonomously by another group, if that's the direction this is going, as long as it's present at the gathering, that would work for me. I, however, would like to encourage us to consider that the issues of systemic and institutional racism are at the core of the work we're doing. So to see it sidelined or just one of many themes is problematic for me. I also would like to say that when it comes to the issue of is this just residual from last year, I would like to encourage us to think of the movement as a movement that's both local and national. So if there's business from one year at the national level that wasn't resolved or complete, that we make a commitment that that business is taken up the next year. So that this isn't just random demands that people do other people's work, that we see this as the collective work of the movement. There were some agreements made following last year's gathering that have not been taken up. I believe what we're asking is that everyone on this call and after this call look at that work and decide whether we're going to take up the agreements that have already been made almost, 6-9 months ago. And I'll leave it there. Thank you. Check.
Okay, thanks, Tina. All right, we still have a lot of hands up. I have Dallas, Stephen, Cal, and Bob. So let's start with Dallas, because I don't think we've heard from you yet. Dallas, you're on.
Hi. All right. So I think the first part of my question's already been cleared up for me in the chat, which is, so really all you're looking for here is our consent to having the Undoing Racism training take place at NACAT. Is that right? Now, the second part of my question is, I'm looking over PISAB.org. I'm looking over the website, and I'm seeing a lot of registered trademarks on these trainings, which kind of leads me to feel like it's, you guys treat this as proprietary technology, which in my experience, the Occupy movement does not support any kind of proprietary technology. I'm kind of curious as to how this is different, or why we should see it as different. Check.
Okay, thanks for that. What did I say? Stephen, you're next. Go ahead.
Hey, my name was actually called more than a few times ago, and I think Lisa's was too. And then and then Sharon also hit me up earlier that her name was also skipped over. So just keep in mind on the stack, especially if you called my name. But I believe there was a motion and there was a second. I don't know if Occupy Racism agrees to having the autonomous control of, I don't want to say control, but autonomous posting of gathering the funds and everything that was mentioned within the motion. But I would like, if anybody, I don't know if everyone's following Robert's Rules of Order, but if there's a motion and a second, I mean, like it goes with the motion. But also under a time constraint, I think Occupy Racism should be given the floor. Should have been given the floor in the very beginning to address the history and what it was, because it was old business and it was agreed and seconded, and it engulfed the whole hour and 40 minutes of this conversation. I have work in 20 minutes, so I'm going to have to close out early. But I would like to bring it back to the motion if that's something Occupy Racism would like to do, or make a friendly amendment to. Check.
Okay, so do you want to remake the motion? And I'm going to put everybody's hands down. Okay, we're all down, and you're still on. You want to remake the motion so we can go and vote. Stephen, I'm sorry, I'm talking to Stephen still.
Okay, can you open up Sharon's mic and also the brother who made the motion? I don't know who that is, but I think they should, at the very minimum, be re-given the floor to present whatever it is that they would like to do, because I don't think, me personally speaking, I don't think that we should throw a past business under the bus, and if it needs to be addressed, it can be rehashed out inside this national gathering, but I don't think it's going to take anybody's time, and I think we're nitpicking way too much, and I agree that we need to address institutionalized racism, but we should definitely see some form of what it will look like, and I don't think that's going to be 100% hashed out within this conference call, which people should agree to work with them or try to help with them or offer some feedback.
Okay, thank you. I agree. Yep, it was Dan and Sharon, and you are both mic'd up right now. Go ahead.
I'll go ahead and make the motion again. It was seconded, just so everybody's clear what we're voting on. That we are allowing the groups that are already managing the fund, Occupy Racism.
This needs to be a NACAT effort to address racism.
We can't do that. That's the next game.
Who's on? Somebody's on. Oop. I'm sorry, Dan. Start again, please.
Yeah, I said I think we should vote to authorize the group that have already been working on this effort to have autonomy over the management of that portion of the event. And that's it. Check.
Okay, Sharon, you're on too. Did you have anything to add?
Yes. We do not support the idea of giving Occupy Racism autonomy to raise funds and bring an anti-racism analysis to Occupy. We want it to be an Occupy movement. We want it to be part of what the NatGat is doing. The NatGat needs to take an initiative to address racism within Occupy, and we are willing to work with them, but we don't want to be sidelined off into a corner where we're doing it and nobody else is involved. I don't think that's a good way to do it. Occupy needs to accept the fact that there is a problem with racism within Occupy and make a commitment to address that problem. And there was a consensus decision made last year that we would work together on that. And where is the accountability for that? And I think you ought to let Tina speak because she can speak to that. And we've been trying to, say what we have to say. We've been pushing fours and not being acknowledged. Thank you. Check.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I'll tell you what. The problem is everybody is pushing fours, and if there are 9 fours, and 0 ones, it's kind of hard for me to figure out what's really a direct response. And so I do apologize for the stack taking so long. And Tina, if we've not heard from you, I apologize, and I'm going to mic you up right now. Do you have a response, Tina?
I'm here. I just spoke a few minutes ago, but I would like to just, how do I say it? What Sharon said speaks for me. I would like to see this taken up as a central component of the Gathering for Occupy. And I would like to see folks look at the pad where the proposal is, which is what we were supposed to be doing almost 2 hours ago. I do understand that sometimes conversations get complicated on something that wasn't expected. But if folks looked at the pad, have they read the proposal? And can we come to some kind of understanding that this is something that Occupy as a movement needs to understand or address, or even just be willing to start looking at? And some accountability from last year, as Sharon said, would be really nice to see. I'm going to leave it there. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Well, all right, so let's see. How many people? Let's put the hands down. And, we haven't heard from quite a few people, and I apologize for that. This has been a very long call where people are going on, and we've had a couple proposals, and I do know Robert's Rules of Order, and definitely there's discussion after the motion to take a vote. So that's, in my mind, where we're at, and also consensus-wise. So I've put everybody's hands down. Let's now see, I guess the question is, who has read the proposal that's on the Titan Pad 38? Please put a 2 if you're familiar with what we're talking about. All right, here we go. We've got 3 2s, 5 2s, 7 2s, 9 2s. And the 3 of you don't know what we're talking about. Okay, so everybody knows what we're talking about for the most part. And we have a direct response from Cal. Go ahead, Cal.
Yes, well, thank you. I think you said you were going to call on me a bunch of times and didn't. So one thing that I wanted to speak ever since Dan made the first utterance of this proposal, which is that, and this is something that I think needs to be clarified by Sharon and Esperanza and Robin, if you're here, was that I've heard 2 different things about this training. One was that this training was to be for the organizers of the NatGat and to happen potentially slightly before the start of the NatGat. And that's the way it was framed to me, at least, and I think that even came up in last week's call as well. So the question is, is this training intended, and this is for Sharon and Esperanza, is this training intended to be for the organizers principally or for the whole national gathering at large? I think that needs to be clarified before we can consider any proposal. Check.
Okay. Next, I'm going to mic up Nikki. Nikki, you're on. Go ahead. Nikki? Nicole?
Nicole.
She told me to call you Nicole if I need your attention, so it works.
Oh,
go ahead.
Yep. Okay, yep, there's a Nikki and a Nicole. I'm going to try to keep this as quick as I can. I've had my hand up and down for about 45 minutes. In response to what Cal just said,
that is all in the pad that we've posted, and like it was presented to the group before, and like it says in the pad, the intention is for this to be for the organizers, preferably prior to the national gathering. So all that information is in the pad. In response to what Dan said quite a long time ago about how he doesn't know why this is coming up, and also he said something about the NatGat bringing up for starting a fund for this last year, or a scholarship. It's coming up because it wasn't addressed last year, and the scholarship was set up by the boycott team, not by the national gathering planners. In reference to the individual, he said he didn't understand structural racism and why this was being brought up, and how some of us are capitalists, some of us are anti-capitalist. It doesn't matter how we identify politically, socialist, capitalist, something else. The fact of the matter is racism is alive and well in this culture. It's alive and well in Occupy and in many other social movements, regardless of how well they think they have the issue figured out. It impacts how we talk to each other, the language we use, the way we talk to each other, who gets to speak first, whose voice is heard. It's a structural issue. It's not just an individual issue. And this isn't to point fingers at anybody and say, you're a racist. This is to say that whether we want to be a racist or not, we live in a culture that is racist. So I hope that kind of clears things up a bit and explains it. Please look at the pad, Titan Pad 38. So many of the things that are coming up, whether it be about funding or when this is supposed to happen or who it's for, so many of those questions could be answered if you just read the pad. And I second what Tina said, that people would have read that a couple hours ago. I'm not trying to be a jerk. That would just clear up so much of this. That's all for now. Check.
Okay, thanks, Nikki. Nicole, I'm sorry. Next we have Sharon, then Lisa, then Delphine, then Gandalf. Or Sharon, did you just put your hand down? You went to the bottom of the list. Delphine, you're on. Go ahead. Delphine?
Yes, I think Nicole spoke. Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think Nicole addressed. Yeah, can you hear me? Hello? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, say again. Somebody was talking to me.
Can everybody hear me? Maybe everyone's mic is off, but I'm not sure if my voice is audible because I'm hearing people talk over.
Okay. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Nicole said many of the things I was going to say. I also urge people to read the proposal. I didn't mean for my intro to get cut short when I said any questions. Any questions thus far? I was just pausing to get questions, but I should have realized the stack thing was going to mean it would be forever before. Anyway, I want to make clear that this proposal is something that can be further developed by a working group and doesn't have to be fully fleshed out when it's voted. The working group and the decision to invite the trainers should be part of the full NatGat working group's decision. The working group that organizes the training and the other working group for ongoing anti-racism work within Occupy were both proposed by Cal and supported by the former boycott team, and I support all of those, and I agree with the statements that Sharon and Tina and Nicole made on the need for this training. I think it is a systemic issue. It's not about pointing fingers at any individual occupiers. It's simply a matter of we live in this society, and Occupy has responsibility as a social justice organization to take this on. One of the things that we're asking is that that the NatGat working group invite the trainers. So that was why I put this on the agenda last week, because I thought that was fairly simple and, well, I guess it remains to be seen. I want to also make clear that it's not required that anyone participate in it, although the Occupy NatGat organizers are especially encouraged to participate, and others could too. The fundraising that would be needed to raise travel funds for the trainers, who, by the way, are not charging money. Someone mentioned that there was registered trademark symbols next to Undoing Racism, that the trainers from People's Institute are offering to present the training free of charge, but the travel funds to get 4 trainers here to present that training would have to be raised through fundraising efforts, and there's already a Occupy Racism, Undoing Racism fundraising site that can be relaunched in order to do that, but it needs to be a joint effort. That's the proposal that's being made, a joint effort between NatGat organizers and Occupy Racism members to launch the fundraising site. And so I hope that answers some of the questions. Chuck.
Okay, thanks, Delphine. Gandalf, you're next. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on, don't talk. I lost your name. There you are. Okay, Gandalf, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm feeling increasingly frustrated here. It really feels like the agenda is being hijacked by one issue, and Occupy is made up of a great number of issues, and I feel the focus on racism, it's important, but it's not the sole focus of Occupy, and the National Gathering is attempting to come up with an agenda for the whole, and some of us do not feel the intensity and the necessity of a focus on racism. I don't feel it here in Sacramento. I don't think we have that's where the focus ought to lie, and I hope we can move on somehow. I think we're just kind of locked into this, and we were planning on having a retreat to bring all the interested parties together in one place and start talking about all the issues, where we want to go, where the passion lies, and I just don't want us to be hijacked by one issue, even as important an issue as racism is. That's it. Check.
Okay, thank you, Gandalf. I agree with you. So we still have hands up. I still have the problem that everybody's putting a 4 to speak, and I cannot call on 6 of you at once. So I've basically been calling on the people that haven't spoken as much. And we do have a motion on the floor to give this item over to a group and give them, some power to at least work it out and bring a proposal back to the larger group, so that a lot of this work can be done, not on the main call on Wednesdays, that this should be worked out ahead of time. So the motion we currently have on the floor is to move to give the group some autonomy to work on this. So I've put the hands down, and let's take a vote now. If that's something we want to move forward with, is to table this, give it to the group, and let's get their mana'o back to the larger group with a proposal that we can either, vote up or down. So please press 2 if you vote if you are for the motion to give autonomy to the working group, and vote 3 if you're voting that down. Bring them in. 2 for autonomous working group, 3 not so much. Okay, so far we have 9 2s and 3. We have more 3s than that. And what that says. Okay, so we have 10 hands for form an autonomous working group. We have 3 hands for not so much and a 4. Stand aside, I guess. Or direct response. Are we still going with that? Tina, your mic is on. Are you direct response?
Yeah, I'd like to know what's the other alternative to an autonomous working group. That's all.
What's the alternative? Dallas, you have a direct response. Go for it.
I'm sorry. I was actually just wondering if there is a stand aside option, because if the rest of you guys really want to go ahead with this, I'm not going to stop you. But I'm not really in favor of continuing to discuss this on this call or having a working group, to be honest.
Okay. Noted. Thank you. Lisa, you have a direct response? Go ahead.
Yes, I think an autonomous working group at this time is premature. We certainly might want to have one in the future, but we have not even scratched the surface of discussing what's in the proposal. There are aspects of the proposal that some of us in Occupy Sacramento vehemently oppose. There's some that we vehemently support. So I submit that it is premature at this time. I yield.
Okay. I've also have a direct response from Nicole and Bob and Brother Carter. So let's hear from Bob. Go ahead, Bob.
Hi, everybody. First thing I wanted to do is to thank the Native American gentleman who spoke so eloquently way back there. And I don't know if he's still on the call, but to welcome him to come to Occupy Sacramento, be part of anything, initiate anything, do anything he wants, anything I'm part of, I would be most honored and pleased to have him be part of it, because we welcome everybody. The second thing is I agree with Lisa that it is a bit premature. I think the alternative should be we should set up a separate call, at least for an hour, maybe within the next couple of days or before the next Wednesday call. I think Stephen Payan had mentioned about having the group Occupy Racism discuss the issue first. I think that would be fine. And I think everybody should read everything that they have to. Anybody that wants to be on that call, that would be great. And then let's really hash this out. And so we can then go further and move on, because obviously we can't move on to any other business until we deal with this one issue. And the clock is ticking. I mean, obviously some people find this issue far more important than other people. Is it an issue that should be discussed? Obviously, yes. How we discuss it, if there should or should not be a training, forget about whatever last year. I mean, this year's group has to decide if they want to do that. They need to do that and agree. Maybe they do want to take on last year's obligation. That would be fine if that's an agreement. Maybe they don't. The other part is, do we want that group? I looked at some of that Training Institute stuff, and I found a lot of what they had on there very offensive. So that means that the other part is there an alternative to them doing a training by other people? We know that there is. We've discussed this locally, and we know that there are plenty of people very capable of doing that have actually the same qualifications as they do. So there's so much more to discuss, but I'll get back to the original thing I said is we really need to have a separate call so we don't do this on a Wednesday call, or we will never move on anything. And obviously the issue is a pretty hotbed issue, and we need to have a further discussion on it and come to some understanding in regards to how we're going to move on that issue and what actually we want to do before we can even vote. I yield. Thank you.
Right on. Okay, well, thank you for that clarification. I think in my mind that's kind of what I thought we were voting on too, was just to move this off the table and give it to a group that has the time and the energy to deal with this. But to be honest with you, 2 hours into it, I'm a little more confused, I think, than I was at the start. So we really need to move on, and we don't have consensus on this right now. So I am going to, okay, so how about that for a motion, what Bob just said about establishing a second call. I'm going to put everybody's hands down. We're going to wipe the slate, except, oh, shoot, I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm going to back up for a second. We have not heard from Robert or Brother Carter, who I had made a little note to myself to call on. So I'm going to call on you, Robert. Do you have something that you want to put in quick?
Check. Can you hear me?
You're on.
Okay. I agree with the phone call. That's what I was going to talk about. I was going to say Occupy Racism in the training group, using the name Occupy Racism infers that Occupy is supporting and bringing about this to happen, bringing it to the gathering. Yes, it was last week's call. We did agree that the training would start before the gathering so that individuals like me could take part, because I believe that everyone should take part in learning racist and cultural sensitivity training. And that's also part of what they teach. In terms of organizer participation, I don't see what organizer wouldn't want to take a training like that before we're working with everybody already being there. And the autonomy of the financial situation in terms of how the money is spent to get them here and set up their booth before the gathering and have it there during the gathering, because I'm sure it's not just to train us and help us become more sensitive. I think that's a good idea down the line to make a decision on the financial end of it once a phone call with Occupy Racism, the group people, and other volunteers from the NatGat organization come back to us. Check.
Okay, thank you. And Brother Carter, I'm sorry I did not call on you first yet. Do you want to speak still? You're on.
Oh, yeah, I kind of hit the wrong button earlier. Lisa came back to me, but no, it was mainly the same thing that Bob has just spoke on. And then one of the things that I'm following right now, I know you guys have been talking about a training, but I've been under the hat of, in theory, it's trying to get someone here that everybody's popular with, but, because he has something that talks about towards a socialist theory of racism, and it breaks down the marks of racism in all of these areas and the capacities that we're talking about. Me and Stephen Payan had a little bit of a discussion today, which I'm going to share the document with him, and it's with Dr. Cornel West, and he's from Sacramento, and one of the things that I'm thriving to try to do is to get him in on this conversation, even though he just recently released a book about Truth Matters. But I'm trying to capture with his brother a dialogue to where we could possibly get him in this dialogue, and also say what Bob was saying in having this conversation about this training group. Let's leave it more open to the broader aspects at this time before making definite decisions on that just being the one, because if the conversation is opened up and I happen to get this broad conversation, then that's going to open it up a little bit more for the movement itself. And it's very important, because in the whole entire movement, the key to all this is love. Do we love one another for what we're doing? Is that the compassion about what we're doing? Everything is systemically around economics, and that's the biggest racist of all, because it makes us make a choice on do or die. So in saying that, I think I would go along with what Bob was just saying. Let's leave it to the broader mark, and so we can move on to other things that are tangible at this time that we need to get to, because this took a whole lot to, just in the discussion. And so if we come back next week and or the next time we speak and we're still on this stage, and we're doomed. Let's move forward.
Right on. I'm with you. Okay, so we actually need to discuss, too, we're now past call time. It is now 4:06 my time, which means 6 minutes after we were supposed to not do this anymore. So I'm assuming hopefully people can stay on and get to the actual rest of the agenda, but we still have to put this to bed, folks. We have to decide if we're going to make a group or have a separate call or just table it and pick it up next week. To be honest with you, we did spend some time on this last week, and so I am very concerned about being bogged down by it. I also would like to invite a lot of people to the national gathering of, my Hawaiian occupier folks, and I need it for it to be a safe space. So we've never had big issues with that. I have direct response from Cal, Dan, and Lisa. And Cal, you've had your hand up the longest. We also have Nicole and Roberto, who I don't think we've heard from yet. So I'm going to call on Roberto if you're ready to go. Your mic is on, please.
Yes, I work with Native people, and one of the biggest problems that we have in our communities is our internalized oppression, which means we unconsciously internalize the negative messages about the society impresses onto us through their colonialist practices. But what's clear to me is that one of the biggest internalized oppressions of our overall movement is internalized racism. And it's clear to me in dealing with this issue among my people that internalized oppression is the greatest thing holding us back and holding our movements back. So in the same sense, the internalized racism, the systemic racism, and this is not individual racism basically, of the Occupy movement will hold it back. It will not be able to make alliances with people of color, and it will not be able to make the big changes that it would like to make, because those changes cannot be made without the strong alliances of all people, not just white folks. And I say this because I'm concerned about what's happening, and I have many white friends, and will have them in the future too. So this has nothing to do with dislike of white people or dislike of individual white people. This is a systemic problem that has undermined our strength, has divided our movements in the past, and it is very important. I mean, and I really take offense to when someone said we're trying to hijack. Now that's a very negative word to say what we're trying to do. We're trying to heal. That's all we're really trying to do. And we know that if we don't heal this, the movement cannot move forward. So please don't use words like hijack to describe what people that are concerned about internalized racism or systemic racism. It's just not right. And I'll leave it at that. Check.
Okay. Thank you, Roberto. Okay. All right. I still have direct response from Cal, Dan, and Lisa. And that's it so far for hands. So let's get through Cal, Dan, and Lisa. And I'm going to ask you all to keep it real quick or make a proposal or move this on. We are now at 10 after. Cal, you're on.
Hi, thank you so much for calling me again. I have to leave the call because I'm facilitating another call from the Occupy Strategy groups, of which a couple of people from this call need to be on that call as well. So I'll just say this and scoot. Couple of things. One is I will contact the 9 people that signed up originally for the scholarship list, and I'll reactivate the list, and then we'll invite other people to join it so we can start that conversation. These are the 3 things I'm committing to. So that's 1. 2, I will also commit to getting the new Occupy Racism discussion list, work group, whatever we want to call it, up that we were going to do at the end of the last NatGat. So we can have the more general conversations beyond just the training and the scholarships and get that up and running. And the third thing is that if this group elects to decide it wants to have a special call devoted to continuing this conversation, please let me know and I will set up the doodle and get the thing scheduled and make sure that we have it all set up. So I will do those 3 things. I'm committing to those 3 things, getting the 2 lists re-going and going again, and also getting the special call on this anti-racism topic scheduled. Check.
Okay, thank you, Cal. Rock and roll. Okay, Dan, you still want to talk? You're on.
Yeah, I was just going to say that my motion didn't carry at all. It only got 1/3 support. I did vote in favor of my motion, but unless there's another motion on this, I think time's running too short. Let's get on to report back so we can hear what's going on with venue and date. etc. Check.
Okay, thank you, Dan. And Lisa, you're up.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I do very much vote in favor of another call, and I wanted to just briefly say that many of the concerns that we had in Occupy Sacramento about the anti-racism training was that it was for 2 days. And many of us feel strongly that we would like to find a training that's perhaps 4 hours, 3 or 4 hours, because we're expecting there are going to be a lot of different training workshops. There's going to be know your rights. There's going to be direct action. Who knows what groups might come? Maybe groups opposing tar sands want to do a teach-in about how to oppose that. And I just think that devoting 2 days to one particular topic is just going to be way, way out of proportion. I yield.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Okay, so we have a boatload of nines between you, Lisa, Dan, and Cal, and whoever spoke before you. Everybody seems to be in agreement. We're pretty happy. I've got no objections or anybody with their hand up still, except for Bob just put his hand up. Bob, did you have something to add?
Oh, I just agree with Lisa, and I think somebody should make a motion as to have another call because it's an important enough issue to warrant another call outside our Wednesday calls.
Right on. Okay. Okay, so it sounds like Cal is working on setting that up for us, and we're going to leave it to him to do that and to communicate back with us about how to hook up. And I am going to flip back over to the Titan Pad. All right, are we all good to go on that? And we're going to check back with Cal. Wait, I've got threes now. Now I've got threes. Who says 3? Nobody says 3. All right, never mind. Moving on. I do want to check in with Barbara quick, though. You have a 5 up. Barbara, do you need help? Your mic is on.
Quick point of process. 1, Esperanza's had her hand up asking to talk, but 2, I would ask that we have a proposal formally that we will schedule another call. And instead, I know Cal said he would do it if we wanted it. I propose that we do ask Cal to schedule another call and invite all interested parties. Do I have a second? Check.
Okay. Thank you for pointing that out about Esperanza. Esperanza, I have seen you down there at the bottom of the stack, or on my dashboard. I can see everybody's names, and your name has never gone up, but it could be a technical problem. So I'm so glad that somebody pointed that out, because I hate to just call on people cold. But we do have several people that have not spoken yet, and a couple that may have joined since we did introductions, including Chris Dane, Terry Loft, and Esperanza. You're down there too, so I want to turn on your mic. You're on, Esperanza.
Yes, I wanted to state that I Don't Know More, and I'm from I Don't Know More, calls on the people to confront racism. And this is one of the reasons why we're working with the team here, because we want to confront racism. And, you know, it's really important that you understand all the people that are in the community that stand in this circle with us. If we're a group of people that are founded on racist principles or colorblindness, where we're not looking at what's happening to the others that are in the group besides ourselves, then this racism is going to be allowed to flow. And if the working order of the group is not going to take responsibility for the racism, it's going to continue. So when you look at systemic racism, this is what we're dealing with. We must take responsibility for that so it does not continue. And working with the group, all of us together, not white or just black or Indian, but all of the people together, is the only way that we're going to accomplish anything within the circle. If we're all going in different directions, we won't be able to do that. And I agree with Roberto 100% that we cannot be looked at as somebody that's hijacking the movement. We can't be looked at as terrorists. We have to be looked at as people that are part of the movement. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you for your Mana'o Esperanza. And I'm so sorry I never called on you before. I don't know why, but your little 2 or 3 or 1 never showed up on what I'm looking at. So I apologize for that. And thank you again for your Mana'o. And then, do I have any other hands up still? And Cal Gandalf. Is that a new hand, Gandalf? You need to speak? Gandalf, go, and then we're moving on.
I didn't have anything to say. I must have pushed the wrong button. I'm sorry.
Right on. Okay. That happened to me like 5 times last time. Okay. Putting the hands down, putting this to the side and moving on with the stack. It is now 4:18 my time, and we need to get to report backs, especially things like date and venue and time and all of that. So I'm going to clear the stack. I've done so. And we have a hand up from Lisa already, and then Sharon. Lisa, go ahead.
Yes, I believe somebody had made a proposal to have another call, vote on that, and so I wanted to second that proposal.
Thank you. Thank you.
To continue this conversation on a different call. I'd like to hear if people would prefer to discuss this on another call specifically devoted to it or the next Wednesday call. I check.
Okay. Thanks, Lisa. I thought that we had agreed to that. We don't have consensus for the autonomous group, so we moved on to the Cal Makes a Special Call group. So let me just take a quick gander at my board here.
Second, we need to vote on it.
Aaron, Lisa, and Andy have their hands up. And so I'm making a note of that, and I'm putting everybody's hands down. Don't do anything right now. Okay, so let's take a vote. Number 2, if you want to move, are we voting to have a call? I think we are having a call.
Yeah.
Are we a separate call? Okay, so let's just solidify it in unanimous consensus. How about that? If you vote to have a separate call, please press 2. If you don't like that idea, please press 3. And the voting will be open for 10 more seconds. Go, go, go. 2, 2. We got 8, 10, 11. Right on. 12. I have 1 direct response from Sharon and a whole lot of unanimous 2-ness. And 1, 3. And how about 5 more seconds? If you haven't locked in a vote, please press 2 for moving to a call, 3 for not, and I have a direct response from Chip and a hands down from Esperanza. So Chip, let's turn you on first, and then let's see what you had to say. Go ahead.
I guess it's more of a point of order, but why is the approval of this visioning group needed for another group to have a call? So to put it that they've got to have this permission and pass, I think is getting into too micromanaging. Somebody should just take this lead. We want to have a second call. We're going to talk about this, and they don't need to have consensus of this group. If they want to form a small group or a large group to talk and focus on that issue, because that issue is a critical issue. It is probably one of the most critical issues facing the society as a whole, and unless it's given the proper time to air that discussion, it just deserves that. The problem is that when you're planning NatGat, there's so many other things that need to be done. Bringing that in overwhelms the conversation. Like today, that was the sole topic, and it will be next week if it's considered like next week's call, and it will continue. So I don't think they need this group to give them permission to hold autonomous discussions. Check.
Okay, I kind of totally agree with you, Chip, and that's why I thought we had settled on letting Cal do those 3 things he wanted to do, and we were moving on. But then I was drawn back to a point of order to take a vote. So we've taken a vote. It is 13 yeses and 2 noes from Nicole and Esperanza. Esperanza, would you like to speak on that? Your mic is on. Or no?
Please. It's a tight use work.
Okay, Nicole, your mic is on. Would you like to speak?
Sorry, I had to unmute my phone. I am for there being order for sure, but again, it seems like this issue is being pushed aside for them, for someone else to deal with, instead of it being a group process. And that is the reason I pushed to 3, because we want everybody to be a part of this and to help make this movement better, not just push it off for a few other people to deal with in the background while, you know, they go about their business and don't consider what we're doing. Check.
Okay. I think we recognize that, but I think we also recognize that the big Wednesday call is not the place to work out, you know, the Manini. So we are still at 13 yeses and 1 3, and I have a direct response from Waistline. Waistline, go ahead. Waistline? You fell off my stack. Oh no. Okay. Honestly, I'm going to move on. I've tried to move on twice, and we keep getting drawn back to this, and I feel like a little more work needs to be done for a report back next week. I don't feel like we've given autonomy to some group to just go and do in our name, but then again, we recognize that this takes more effort and time than we can do in a Wednesday 2-hour report back type call. So, let's see. Oh, have I left somebody's mic open? Bob, your mic was open. I'm sorry. Okay, so it is 4:25, y'all. We really need to get to report backs. We have a lot of important things on our agenda. Not that this is unimportant. I don't mean to imply that, but that we have spent an inordinate amount of time and that we need to move on. So I am going to put everybody's hands down, and you can smack me over the head next time I call on you for that. And I would really like to get to report backs. So back to the Titan Pad number 4, which is the agenda one. And actually, I have to go back up, don't I? Because old business, we skipped all the report backs. Logistics, tech, process, media, outreach, and indigenous work groups. How about, I know we need to talk about logistics and all of that, so let's take that first. And I have a direct response from Andy and a direct response from Jackie and a handy up, an Andy hand up. Jackie, you're up. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. I think there's some misunderstanding. I don't think that the proposal was to push aside for, a different group to handle yet. It's a proposal to have another call where we only deal with this, so that you're not doing it on the Wednesday night call.
We need to break out.
That's my understanding. And the other point is that I think it's way too late to start the regular meeting. Check.
Okay, well, we have a direct response from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi. It's imperative that I give the logistics report.
Thank you.
I've been sitting
Please
back
go.
for the whole meeting waiting to do this because there's an important proposal that I want to make. we are working hand over fist with all of the key players in Sacramento to find room for 1,000 people. I've spent a lot of time today with Jeff Leatherman, who is the director of the Sacramento County Parks. He is fully on board working with me and finding a place where we can stick 1,000 people. That said, Discovery Park is not going to work. It has never been given a permit for camping. It never will get a permit for camping. They have their own control reasons for not doing that because of the homeless population that lines the riverbanks here in Sacramento, where it is a major, major issue. So we have 5 spots. We have an appointment tomorrow with Melissa Romero, who's from the city parks, and Jeff Leatherman has already made a call to her recommending that we get Sutter's Landing, which is at the south side of the city on the river. It has camping, plus it has enough vacant land to put an awful lot of people. I'll report back on that next week. However, I think it's imperative that we pick the date now. You know, we can, the venue, we're going to find a place to put people. You know, we have to, and we have in the past, and we will do that. But working with the cities and the counties, it just doesn't take a week or two. You know, it's a process. So my recommendation is, you know, we had two dates up. We had the 8th through the 10th, or the 7th through the 10th, because of the full moon and the moon magic that people wanted to work. And then we also had the 14th through the 17th. I think that there should be I'm making a proposal to decide on the date, and then others will follow. We also are beginning a huge building crew. I've got a foreman for the stage building and any other structures that have to go up that are temporary structures. I have people that have a great amount of Burning Man experience to also work on structures and things like that. So that's taken care of. What we really need in logistics is a food coordinator, someone that's worked with the Rainbow family, Food Not Bombs, know how to work with our local food co-op as well as our local organic farms here. Food is definitely not my bailiwick. I mean, I eat crap and I'm just no good at it. However, Keith McHenry, the co-founder of Food Not Bombs, will be out to hang out with us, and he'll get the full force of Food Not Bombs behind working on that. So that's my report for right now, and I'm willing to take any questions.
Oh, thank you. Anybody else? I have hand up from Gandalf, direct response. And then I'm going to call on Gandalf. Go ahead, you're on.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one suggestion about venue, that we might consider talking to the Grange about finding a friendly farmer who might do a Max Yasgur and give us a couple acres of their farm in order to develop kind of Woodstock-style gathering, which would have enough room for many thousands if necessary. That was just my thought. I yield.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I have direct response from Frank and Sharon, and hands up from Bob and Chaz. Frank, go ahead.
Okay, I would like to propose that since on the last week's call, William said he would be okay with moving it back 1 week, which would coincide with the 7th through the 10th, that I propose we vote on that date for sure on this call. Check.
Okay, our next, Sharon, your mic is on. Go ahead.
Actually, this isn't Sharon. This is Robin Jerome Benton, and I'd like to address some of the issues from this call. One is I'd like to motion that we have the pre-call next week, Wednesday, an hour prior to your NatGat planning call, so we won't take up your precious time with this issue. We'll do it an hour before at a number that SB will give. We had that scheduled today, but somebody canceled it, so that we had to go into this arena with this conversation. Secondly, I am a process man. I believe in the process, which is accountability, transparency, and a consensus. Last year, a consensus, and we have the records, decision was made, and there has been no accountability to this date. Secondly, Cal wants to now resurrect. Discontinue more. Oh, am I being muted now?
I'm sorry. Yep, no, that was me. I got confused because your name is Sharon.
Oh, well, I happen to be here with Sharon, so...
Okay, that's what it was. I thought I had too many mics on. I'm sorry, keep going.
Yes, process, respect and process, accountability. A consensus decision was made. It was acted upon to a large measure, and it was then dismissed to this date. Secondly, the last communications that the boycott team and Occupy Racism, I Don't Know More Michigan, and Deep Green Resistance had with the National Gathering Planning was Cal forming a phone call and taking over the Occupy Racism Facebook page to continue the conversation. Neither of those things ever happened. No one is being held in accountability. Today, there seems to be more subterfuge than addressing the issue, which is a process of accountability. The fundraising site was launched by us by self-determination because as we awaited the response from Cal that never came, we had to act. Secondly, what Cal proposes in terms of his Titan Pad 9-member team, he never communicated with us. And to this date and to this moment, even in his motion this evening and offering to control the narrative by forming these next new groups, he did not say that he would communicate with the boycott team, Occupy Racism, I Don't Know More Michigan, or Deep Green Resistance from last year. So I guess I'm stuck on process. I'm sorry, I'm fixated on a consensus that was made, that was acted upon to a large measure with very important people involved, and it's been blown off ever since. And while we're called strong armors, hijackers, blackmailers, at the same time, no one is being held accountable to subterfuge and disconnection from the accountability process, which is part of the Occupy Wall Street belief, which is leaderless, transparency, accountability, and consensus. And in this situation, none of those things have been adhered to yet. This is not a new day. We're fixated on the process being broken, and while everyone acknowledges, because this is what we're hearing, oops, mistake, sorry. And that covers up everything. But no one has ever said, well, made a mistake, let's fix it. And we're still waiting to hear that. Thank you. Check.
Okay, so that was a direct response to picking dates of August 7th through 10th. I don't know. And Frank already called on Gandalf. I have hands up from Bob and Andy still. Andy, do you want to speak? You're on.
I actually don't remember my question after listening to the former speaker.
Okay.
So I will just wait until it comes back to me, and then I'll plug back in.
Okay, thanks, Andy. How about Bob? You are the other person with a hand up. Your mic is on.
Yeah, since Andy, my brother, spoke, what Andy wanted was a confirmation of dates so that when we go talk to people regarding venues, we can present them with a concrete, committed, agreeable set of dates so we know how to move forward. Because it will take months, for sometimes in some cases, for them to come back and work it through their bureaucratic chain to tell us, yes, you can have it for those dates. We can't give them, in a sense, we're hoping we can give them options, but we can't. The other part about it is, I'm trying to think what it is. Anyway, regarding that call, what we all promised to do, whoever's on that separate call, well, of course, someone will get either be nominated or appointed or however, whatever, through consensus to bring it to the larger body of everybody. It's just that there's so many issues, as I mentioned before. We need to keep moving forward on this because there will be so many people to invite. If we want a whole group of people to come in, we need to let them know way in advance because of their schedules. We got to deal with all the transportation stuff. Right now we're juggling 5 balls. It's up in the air. We don't know anything. And to Gandalf, who's a friend of mine too, Gandalf's proposal about possibly talking to the California Grange, that's wonderful, because Andy is very tight with the Grange, and I sit at meetings with them and is well respected regarding working towards the California GMO labeling bill. And we're getting some breakthroughs regarding that, but I'm not at liberty to discuss it. So I can propose that to them, but I will talk to Andy and Stephen offline, talk to them about it, and then see how we want to approach it, and I'll see if maybe we could do a Yaskus Farm kind of stuff. I only wish Jimi Hendrix was still alive. You know, bless you all. Thank you.
Right on. Thank you, Bob. All right, we've got a lot of 2s on that. We've got some pretty agreeable people. I see no 3s, and I think I've called everybody that's put their hand up. So I'm going to put, all right, I just put all the hands down. Please raise your hand again. Otherwise, I think we have a proposal on the floor for dates. As far as I can tell by my handwritten messy notes, we had a proposal of August 7th through 10th. Lisa has a response. Go ahead, Lisa.
Oh, hi. Yes. My question is for Stephen Payan, since I think Willie Under Baggage has left the call. Would the dates proposed work for Willie? I think he said previously that they would, but I want to verify that with you, Stephen. Thank you. I check.
Stephen, let me find you. There you are. Stephen, you're mic'd up. Do you have a response?
I'm at work right now. I didn't hear the question. I did hear my name right now, so it signaled me back. I just dropped off a customer. I'm a taxi driver, so it allows me to...
Oh, okay.
But what was the question?
Lisa, you want to ask again?
Oh, certainly, yes. I wanted to see if the dates that were proposed that we're going to be voting on, I just want to verify that they would work for Willie Under Baggage and the other Indigenous people who want to participate.
I can't speak for everybody, but... Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can't speak for everybody. Hello? Mic check. All right, I can't speak for everybody, but what Willie said was that the original week and then the week before, and this is documented on the conference calls, which has like the full moon ending on the last national gathering. There was like a 2-week window that he was available. The original proposed week and the week before, if I'm not mistaken. Check.
Yeah, that's what I remember too. We were originally talking about the 14th or 17th, and I think he said he could go back as far as the 10th, but it depended on the full moon. So I think we'll probably need to check in with him, yeah? Have a direct response from Robert. Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, I remember him saying the same thing as you just said about the full moon in the week before. I'm not sure if it was he said the 7th through the 10th or the 10th. I think, yeah, he said the 7th through the 10th would probably be okay, I think. But because his people have rituals on the full moon, so they'd have to be able to plan around those rituals, whether to have them at the gathering or whether to have them at home and make their way to the gathering in time. Check.
Right, thank you. Okay, that's what I remember too. So I have a direct response from Kathy. Go ahead, Kathy.
Yeah, I remember that somebody checked on when the full moon would be, and it's going to be on the 10th. And he said that as long as the full moon was on the last day, he was good for it. So the 7th through the 10th should work.
Okay. Sounding good. Thank you for that clarification. All right, no hands are popping up. I'm putting hands down. So is this a proposal to go ahead and set the dates for the 7th through 10th? I think that's what I heard. So if that's what we're doing, let's say press 2 if you would like to pick the date, August 7th through 10th. Press 3 if that is absolutely not going to work, not going to happen. All 2s. Bless your heart, y'all. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Unanimous so far. Nobody has any problem with that. But I want to check in at the bottom of the list because we did find out that somebody had been pressing their buttons and weren't able, and it's not registering on my thing. So everybody, if you're listening, please press 2 if that's okay with you. And if it's not, please press 3. And then just, I'm going to go through and check for everybody that's not registering. I don't have from Chaz, I know you're on, Esperanza, Cal, Bob, Tina, Sharon, and Jackie. So I just want to make sure you all can talk. If any of you can press 2 real quick. Otherwise, I'm opening mics for Tina, Esperanza. Yeah? Who was that? Talk again. I think it's you, Esperanza, and it's just clicking. Yep, I see your mic going green and off again. So we're having a problem. Lisa, are you around and can maybe pull Esperanza into a room and try and figure this out?
Yes, I'll do that right now.
Bless you. Thank you. And Tina, are you able to speak? No response from Tina either. Okay, so we might have to get with her. But other than that, back to the vote. It's all 2. Congratulations, y'all. Oh, wait, we have some votes. You are correct. We have direct response.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, you can? Oh, good, good. Okay, this is Tina, yeah? Or Esperanza? Oh, okay. Good deal. Okay, so you are working, but Tina, I still can't hear from you.
I was waiting for Esperanza.
Okay. Okay. Oh, Tina, that was you talking, and you can talk. Okay, good, good. I just wanted to check in with you, and it looks like Esperanza is being helped, and we will try and figure that out. Okay. Direct responses from Chip and Jackie. Chip, you're on.
Okay. My recollection is that William said the week before would be okay. I'm actually trying to reach him on the phone right now just to confirm that, and if I do within the next minute, I'll let you know. Check.
Oh, thank you very much, Chip. Okay, Jackie, go ahead.
That was just a stand aside. There was no way to let you know, so I used the 04. Check.
Oh.
I'm cool whatever dates.
Right on. Me too. Okay, well, I'll tell you what then. Let's pretend that the 7 through 10 works. And if we hear back from William or anything else, we can adjust that. I'd say we probably need to not advertise that date until we know for sure, but at least we can start working in our minds towards, some actions and goals and whatnot. Okay, I'm putting hands down. I think everybody has spoken on that, the 7th through 10th. Diggity. Look at that, y'all. We almost made a decision. Congratulations. Okay, so report backs. We've talked about logistics. We've talked about place and time to some extent. Also on the agenda under that is tech, process, media. I know that the media subgroup wants to make a report back and talk. So is there anybody here from the media group that is ready and willing to talk? Please raise your hand. We'll get some media update from the media group. Who's media? Nobody. All right, we'll skip. I'll tell you what, I was on the call last week, but for only a minute. Oh, here we go, Tricia and Jackie. Okay, let's hear from Tricia. Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I got on because I got off of work to see if you guys were still talking, and I'm glad to report. Yay! And thanks for all you're doing. It's fun to listen to you moderate. So the media report is we've got 2 videos in production. We would like some more images from Sacramento and to make videos out of. There's Brian's making one and Donatella Barbarella from New York. We got the Twitter feed is good. We've got a bunch of people doing it. About 3 people are active on the Twitter feed, and we're getting a lot of retweets. So give us some information that you want to let out. We don't want to, clog it up with spammy stuff. So then there's the Facebook page that could be utilized more because we need, once we get an event, once we get a date, we can make an event page, and then I think it will be easier to share information that people want to know. So I think that might be it. There's a website in the making, but I can't report on that because I'm not a techie. But I think that's it. Thanks. Check.
All right. We have a direct response. Before I go to you, Jackie, I'm going to call on Gandalf. Has a 4-up. Gandalf?
Yeah, Lisa and I were talking about this a little earlier today. I hope that we can work out a press conference as soon as possible, perhaps at the Capitol. Maybe get a Occupy-friendly congressman who would be willing to get us a room and an opportunity to let people know about the NatGat and some of the plans and also some of the needs that we might have. But we had a press conference on immigration just the other day. It was very successful, and I just imagined us doing the same thing for the NatGat, and I hope we can work on something like that. I yield.
Okay, thanks, Gandalf. Got up twinkle from Joe on that. And Jackie, you are mic'd up. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, since Tricia got on, that was fine. I was going to tell everybody that there's something she put on Facebook with all these report backs about the different groups was posted. That's all. Check.
Okay, thanks. I know I was a part of the media call. The media call is on Thursday mornings at 10 o'clock my time. What is it? Noon West Coast time. If anybody would like to participate. Oh, excuse me. And I know that I have spoken with Brian, who wasn't able to join the call today, and that the media group would like to ask this larger group for some autonomy to make some suggestions or to go ahead and do some things, probably like the press conference that Gandalf was talking about. I think specifically we are being held up, for example, by the posters and the memes. People are sending us media, videos, and pictures and whatnot, and they're being posted in the group on the Facebook, and a lot of people are feeling like those need to be approved or, in some way the group needs to approve everything. And my experience personally, since I haven't talked a lot, media is kind of my thing. I'd like to speak to this just for a second, especially since Brian isn't here. I was hoping Brian would make this report. But what it is we cannot come to you all to approve every single poster and meme that you want green changed to black on everything. And so what I think we're asking for is nothing outrageous at all, but just some autonomy to go ahead and put out a few original works and whatnot. Of course, I think anything that has a date on it or the email address or anything like that, that would all have to be the approved consensus, approved kind things. And that there should be some process for everybody to pull us back if that needs, and that's usually pretty easy. People squawk, then we know that we've overstepped. But I have a hand up now from Nikki. Bless your heart. I talked long enough for somebody to raise a hand. So, Nikki, you have a direct response? Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say the only issue that might still be there before you guys get autonomy are themes for the actual event, because I know we haven't come to that conclusion yet. There's been a couple tossed around last week. So as soon as I think that gets done, I think definitely anybody can join the media group and,
let you guys have these kind of discussions. Over.
Right on. Thank you for that. I think that's the thing. I think it's just that people would like, to be honest with you, like Tricia said, we have a Twitter and a Facebook in process. So technically that's media. We are already doing media. And I think that was, so to clarify, our proposal is, can the media team please go ahead and put out some media? We are compiling, like Tricia said, you're compiling videos and whatnot, and I would assume that if a lot of people send in video clips and we produce a video for it, we would want your feedback. I mean, we're not just going to start throwing things out there that is going to come back, but to simplify and move things along. That is what the group is asking for, is just a little bit of autonomy to go ahead and decide on posters and that kind of thing. Not the overall theme of the event or anything like that, but that kind of thing. Poetic license to go ahead and start producing posters and media and whatnot. So if you agree with giving the media team a little bit of leash and letting them out and go ahead and promote the things that are being sent to us, please press 2 if you are for media team autonomy. If you don't like that, please press 3. And if you want to talk about it, please press 1 to be on the stack, because that would be a 1. And so far we have 10 2s and 0 other responses. So let's see. Nikki has a 1. And everybody else is a 2 or is not voting. So Nikki, your mic is on. Do you want to speak to that?
I'm just, again, I get back to the theme. What are you putting out? I mean, you have to put out something with content, and content should be consistent with the theme. If you're doing it consistent with the working theme that we've already agreed upon, no worries. But I don't like the way the wording of the proposal is, because we have not, and I know that last week we consented, Brian did a proposal that we have all this done by the end of the month. I do agree with you that media needs to be getting out media, but again, thematically we need to start some consistency and really hone that in, because I've seen 2 kind of different messages coming out. Not that I'm opposed to that, but it's a little confusing, and it just seems like people are making decisions and going with it, and there is really nothing coming from the group. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay. Thanks for that. I think you have fallen to the bottom. Okay. All right, we have a few more hands up. Robert, Gandalf, Chaz. We have not heard from Chaz yet, so I want to hear what Chaz has to say. Go ahead, Chaz.
Yeah, this is a direct response to what Nikki just said. And Nikki, you should join the media working group, and then you can see what we're coming up with. And it's really good. It's from all over the country, from a diverse set of artists in New York and California, etc. So then you could see the process, and you can weigh in on whether or not you think it's an appropriate meme. But so far as I can tell, all of the memes have been consistent with the theme of Together We Rise. So check.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Chaz. Nikki, you're still on if you want to respond.
I can't get on any more groups. I'm committed enough to this one and what I'm doing here. Again, I take your word for it. If you guys are staying consistent with the working theme, go for it. That was just a concern I was raising.
Okay. All right. Thanks for clarifying. Let's see. I think Robert, and then we're going to call on Gandalf. Robert, you're up.
Yeah. In response, we need to, in my feeling and belief, we need to start trusting each other more with a little more autonomy in the fields that we've already been working with. When an organization gets, and we are an organization whether we have a leader or not, when an organization gets to a certain size, delegation is necessary. The main group is not able to handle all the authority over every process. The main group needs to, in my opinion, delegate by voting who gets to have the autonomy instead of fighting about whether they get autonomy or not. They don't really have autonomy. We are all one people. They are working in their speciality. I work in my speciality. And the main group needs to be able to move forward because so many things are about to come up. We're going to end up having 8 to 10 things a day we're going to have to get done or we're not going to get through this process. That's my thought. Check.
Okay, thank you, Robert. And Nikki, you just put your 4 back up. You want to respond again?
I would just say I do think it is the main group's thing to get together the theme. I think that media going forward with the working theme is okay so long as this group continues to give consensus to that working theme, because then all it's going to do is become the theme. But that is definitely something that the main group, and I think that giving out that delegation we're talking about gave rise to that incident where we spent the first 2 hours on this phone call on. Over.
Okay, I still have a direct response from Gandalf. Go ahead, Gandalf.
Yeah, I just wanted to recommend that all the individual occupied communities across the country gather for some kind of retreat to get together face-to-face in the community and start addressing these issues as a group rather than just on social media. I have a trust in community action and face-to-face community action. And if you don't have a General Assembly, then there ought to be some mechanism for people who are really committed to this action for the NatCap to sit down and spend a day struggling and dealing with and working through the different opinions and ideas, but trying to come to some kind of consensus that can be shared nationwide. And I just think there needs to be a mechanism so that everyone feels that they've had a chance to speak and be recognized, and that their voice is being heard, and that that will encourage the buy-in that we need from everybody, so that we're not factionalized and we're not broken up into different little factions, kind of struggling for influence. And at least we're going to try it in Sacramento if we can pull it off. And I'd like to recommend that the rest of the Occupy communities work together in some way like that, so that we can get a buy-in from everyone. I yield.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so basically, we have a proposal to give the media group, working group, some autonomy, and that's been unanimous, and we're still talking about it. So I have one more hand up from Andy. Andy, do you want to speak one more time on this, and let's move on?
No, I wanted to speak to Gandalf's proposal to have a retreat. We're all over the country. I don't visualize a retreat happening with everyone coming out before the event to talk about the event. I think this is the medium we have to work on, and perhaps just Occupy Sacramento could get together and talk about their position in it. Gandalf, just a thought. And also, I love your idea about the Grange. Thank you. Check.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. Okay, so we are now at 5 o'clock my time, 7 p.m. y'all's time, which is actually as long as this call was supposed to take. We were supposed to spend an extra hour on the racism stuff at the beginning, so we did that. I was not planning on spending all that time on the recording of phone calls, so we did that too. We've done a lot. All right, I'm going to put everybody's hands down and see and check. Let's check in with everybody and see who wants to continue on the call, and if there's other things we really need to talk about right now, or who needs to sign off. So if we want to stay on the call and keep going, please press 2. If you have to bug out and we need to conclude the business so that we don't make any decisions or do anything without anybody that wants to be involved, please press 3. So 2 to continue the call and keep talking, at least for, I'd say at least for another 10 or 20 minutes, and 3 to hang it up. We're getting mostly 3s, now it's even again. I have a direct response from Jackie, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 3s. That's a lot. A lot of people need to go. So, still taking votes. 2 to stay on the call, 3 to leave, and no more direct response from Jackie. So it sounds like most people want to hang up. So, I'm going to put everybody's hands down again and ask if there's anybody, please raise your hand if there's any other thing that we need to finish while we're all still here. Lisa, you're up. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to announce something that was posted on the Titan pad. And this says next Wednesday, February 12th at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that would be an hour before the regular call. There will be a call before the planning call to discuss the training. Anyone who is interested in joining this call and being part of this effort can join. The call-in number is 1-213-550-2200, and the PIN number is 786528. And I presume this is separate from. I presume this is separate from Cal's call.
Okay.
Repeat that number again.
Yes, please. One more time.
Okay. All right. 6 p.m., 1 hour before the regular call on Wednesday. The number is 1-213-550-2200, and PIN number is 786528. And that's for anybody who wants to discuss the training.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Let's see. Tina has a hand up. Tina, go ahead. Oh, wait. I think I double-clicked you, and now you're on. You're on, Tina.
No, never mind. That was a mistake. Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't mean to hit 1. It was a mistake. Sorry.
That's okay. You actually, I don't know what you hit. I do that all the time, too. Okay. So it sounds like we need to wrap things up here. People need to boogaloo. A couple of us can stay on and chat, but it's just informal chatty chat, and everybody's welcome to stay. I'm going to open up everybody's mic, if I can figure out how to do that. Wait, I can. Hold on. I have skills, and I'm going to use them. Perhaps. I don't think it worked, so I'm just going to click them off. But everybody's mic is on. Let's all say goodbye to each other. Aloha.
Aloha.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
you.
Thanks for all your hard work.
Excellent job facilitating.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. That was my first try, man. You got to cut me some slack.
You did great. You did great.
Amen.
Oh.
Wonderful.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for your mana'o. Look forward to next week. Everybody stay cool. Stay positive. It's a whole long marathon we're running here.
Yeah.
Occupy.
Rock you pie. Okay, everybody's mics are on. I'm still listening, but I'm going outdoors where I can smoke a cigarette and not have to look at this stupid board anymore. That wasn't so bad.
Come on. Why are you going to push a 4 all the time? What's wrong with you people?
Yes.
I did 9 4s and 1 1. What am I supposed to do? Come on. I see you not. Every single person that got called on today pressed a 4, except for when I called on, who was it? The Lakota guy. He pressed a 1. Then put call on him first. Screw you 4 people. God.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Hey, this is Donna from Occupy San Diego. Yeah, I just wanted to say that that's funny that you mentioned that, and that's one of the reasons I think my earlier comment was maybe misunderstood. By the way I said it, I had just woken up from a nap before I got on the call. That I was trying to make the point that there were people there from Occupy and also people that were not from Occupy but standing in solidarity. And the reason I mention that is because a lot of people are not used to the process, or they're not used to how Occupy communicates. So when they hear the instruction that if you hit 4 if you want a direct response, some people think that's the way you just speak next. So they're not. I found before that this happened before, that they're not understanding that when we say 1 get on stack, a lot of people might not use that terminology or know what it means. So they're pressing 4 a lot, I think. So I also wanted to end with something positive too, just in saying that here in San Diego, we work with the Machinists Union, and they're the aerospace union here. They've been a union for 125 years, and they're quite inspiring as far as keeping rights of workers going with all the people that work with them. But they came to, to our 2-year Occupy San Diego anniversary, and they came to thank us. We were shocked, and we were like, well, why are you thanking us? And they said that Occupy did did something that they had been trying to do for 125 years, and that is to bring to the forefront the issue of inequality. And I think that when it comes down to it, everyone who's involved in this movement needs to understand that that is really significant. And I get so frustrated sometimes when I hear people that I know a lot of people came to Occupy and they brought everything from their closets and everything, and here's all these people. Now we can discuss all of this. I'd love to discuss patriarchy. I mean, I'm, myself, my own decades of life on this planet, and my own struggle, and what every woman I think goes through on the planet. There's so many issues. But what I want everyone to keep reminding is that, like that one man said, it's all about love. And if all of us can come to this project and realize we are uniting in love, no matter where we came from, because this is important to us for whatever reason. Okay, I'm sorry, I yield. I just really wanted to say that. Thank you so much.
Unites us all. Love unites us all.
Donna.
Yeah.
From Palm Springs. How are you doing, darling?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm well. Are you going to be in LA anytime soon?
I hope so, because I do have some stuff I'd like to do up there, and I'd like to go up and connect with all the groups up there and make sure that they're becoming involved or preparing at least. But are you going to be in LA?
I'm going to try to go next week.
Okay. Well, why don't you touch base with me separately? We'll sidebar that.
Right on.
Hello. Hey, this is Stephen from Occupy Sacramento. I was just wondering if it was ever brought to anyone's question how many individual organizers still represent actual Occupy that's functioning, rather than an individual coming to be on the place. Because my biggest concerns are always accountability. Who is the individual accountable to? Are they accountable to an organization, a community? Or are they representing themselves? And all of their wants and needs are directed as an individual rather than a person in the movement.
That's a good question. Well, I know Sacramento Occupy Coachella Valley's coming.
Cool.
Yeah, and Food Not Bombs from here. So we got a lot of support coming from here. We already have 2 caravans.
All right. Awesome. Hey, how far away are you from Sacramento?
We're, I think, 5-6 hours. We're Coachella Valley, Palm Springs.
Is there any discussion with any occupies or groups in SoCal about some regional strategies, like Southern California? Has anybody in Southern California had a grand assembly, with just the region? Because we were talking about doing that in Northern California, so we could start getting a few of the Bay Area groups. And
I started a page down here. This is Donna from Occupy San Diego. I started a Facebook group page called Occupy National Gathering 2014 SoCali Coordination for NatGat 3 Sacramento. So that's kind of the page that I started really early on because everyone in Southern California was getting really excited and my own messages were getting bombarded. So I figured I'd just start a group or an event page on Facebook. So right now, that is basically, I'm trying to reach out to all the occupies in Southern California to, A, give them information, and they can use, the people there can use that as a regional hub for transportation or ride shares or just communicating inter-occupy in Southern California. So anyway, that's one thing I did. Other people obviously can set up other things, but I would really like some help in actually, just as you say, getting Southern California mobilized, especially because so many of us, well, not me, but I mean, many of the people on the occupies here have never been to a national gathering or to S17, and I mean, I've been everywhere. So I know people are so excited that something so close is here, so we want to make sure to take advantage of that and get as many of the Southern California groups obviously up there as possible.
Right. Yeah, that's awesome.
That's right.
Yeah. I know Occupy Riverside should have checked in with your page too, Donna. I spoke with them about a week ago.
Yeah, I'm just, if people can just pass it around or if people come up with something better, we can certainly all jump over there. My idea was just in letting people, especially down here, get started early to plan to make sure they can make it because even up there, I mean, 9 hours away, that's still a journey for people.
Do you think June or July would be asking too much for maybe a statewide liaison planning or something like that? Originally, a couple of years ago, I had some of the ideas for strategy, with regional development, coordinating with national, kind of all the occupiers from the ground up, have a coordinating at the national level. Because I feel it's only, I feel it's very important that consensus come from the bottom, because not everybody can be at these national calls, and a lot of the liaison work should be representing from people that are, say if I'm a voice that's at a national gathering for Occupy Sacramento, it shouldn't be me, Steven, speaking on behalf of Occupy Sacramento, but I mean, me, Steven, speaking for myself of Occupy Sacramento, yeah, that would be good for Occupy Sacramento if we never voted on it and discussed it, and it's a lot of liaison work, but it gets hairy in that situation because of the way Occupy is structured, and it's not structured like an organization, but I think it's at least good to have resolutions be filtered through the actual occupation and dissected and then brought that onto a regional level, which goes on to a national level, so you can get some kind of consensus. Yeah, the state of California agrees that we should be addressing pulling money out of politics, for example, and the state of California opposes fracking and EXO pipeline, so on and so forth. The stuff that we can get out there. But I think the main focus would be a lot of, from my perspective, and I brought this up with Occupy Sacramento, that we have to at least develop some form of plan of action that people can agree to, because you're not going to get everybody to agree to everything, but if there was a plan of action to do a statewide action on removing money from politics or stopping the foreclosures or so on and so forth, I can get at least that consensus that on that day, autonomous Occupy movements are going to be in solidarity with this one issue, because maybe a lot of people don't want to focus on occupying for education for some reason, but they want to focus on foreclosures. At least the ones that are focusing on foreclosures can have some form of solidarity. that they're going to do that on that day, so we can have some. So we can utilize those as different maneuvering wedges to get some actual physical stuff done. Because I don't want Occupy to ever feel like it's a protest movement, where its goal is to have a big protest. I'd rather like to see that it's connected to actual systemic change, and even further to have some form of a revolution. It's thrown around a lot, but it's not thrown around enough. Some form of a revolution for these different issues, whether it be the whole system or different pieces. But plan of action definitely should go through some kind of filtration process regionally.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we can have some focus on the vision of a new and better America, and not just what we don't want, but a clearer idea of what we do want. If we could have it our own way, what would it look like? How would we make America better? How would we make it function better? And I think we need to flesh that out and discuss it and work on the big picture items so that we don't get caught up in only our grievances and protests. I yield. Gandalf.
I totally agree. This is Carrie. We're a very small Occupy. And back to the original question of who has GAs, we kind of talked about it a little bit last week, but I don't think we really put the screws to anybody to, have a GA or, you're not, but we do, but we're very small. And so that actually is kind of an interesting thing too, because we're kind of like this little petri dish for Occupy over here, because we move through issues very quickly because we're so small. So we dealt with all this racism crap like way long time ago. And, to me it's just assumed that we're not racist, and if it's a little unsettling to me that we've spent this much energy on this when I don't think anybody disagrees, anybody thinks racism is okay if you just do it like blah, blah, blah. Come on.
Well, that's why I'm using
and so I'm new. I wasn't at NatCat 2. I wasn't a part of any of that, but I did know Chaz and Chris and a couple of those guys back then, and so we were aware of what's going on, but, for us to still be, in this quagmire is just a little beyond me.
Yeah, I think that's something that I kind of wanted to discuss briefly too, because not everyone, in fact, I'd say that probably most of the people on the call have no idea what even happened. There's no history. There's no framework towards, this is very discombobulated. And so, even me, who was at the NatCat in Michigan, I don't even really know exactly what happened until I got a better idea last week on the call. But it's as far as continuing the business, I think that's what I was trying to bring up initially with Occupy being loosely organized and more of an idea, is that the idea that we're even some kind of accountable group is kind of not really Occupy, I'd say. We kind of, as far as accountability goes, we're pretty autonomous, I'd say, right now in our evolution. When people talk about small groups, Occupy San Diego, we can't have GAs here because there's a whole element here that just disrupts them. So how we've evolved is we gather when we can and we do what we can. And we just keep moving and just keep evolving. And we just take the principle of solidarity. We take the Declaration of the Occupation of New York City. We are all, the people that are acting here are the people that take those documents. And when we heard those and we found out about this movement, it was like a switch went on and they resonated with us, and we knew this is how we as people are going to spend our lives towards change and towards creating something that may be better for everyone on the planet. So our intentions are coming from love for the planet, for everyone. So I do agree with the person who just spoke, who said, sometimes when we're we're confronted with issues that have lasted millennia, we're not going to be able to solve that in a conference call. We're not even going to be able to solve that at a NACAT. But if people want to get together and talk about it, that's fine. I think making such a structure about forcing the topic or insisting that it's the most important one, I get very frightened about that because everything's important. I mean, we need to work just organically together, and to do that, we have to unite. And if we cannot unite, no matter what, that's why this would never work. So we don't have to talk to unite. We just have to stand there with each other, move together, and feel love as we move forward. Sorry about that.
Amen.
All right, so back to how many people are in California? I think it'd be nice to have like some sort of California like dialogue. I heard San Diego and Riverside, and this is Sacramento talking, or a member of represent Sacramento.
I'm not really sure, but I mean, if someone wants to put an event together and try to get people there towards like a Southern California strategy, things we can do to help bring to NatGat to, since we're close, so, you know, people are going to be coming from far. I mean, we might be able to bring visual elements. Like I know I just occupied the Rose Parade with Occupy LA, Occupy Fights Foreclosures, Occupy Venice, and some other groups, and they have a lot of, they made floats. I mean, they've got a lot of visuals like Backbone campaign used back in Kalamazoo, and I think being able to have those kinds of elements to create visuals where we are participating or where we are meeting in Sacramento, I think that, you know, I don't know, I just want to make it an event that is inclusive and create a buzz, I guess, again, in terms of the fact that we're going on 3 years here, and people keep saying Occupy's dead, and you know, that's just never going to happen. I mean, this has been unstoppable since it started. So whatever you perceive Occupy to be, this idea, there's no stopping this. I mean, it's part of a global protest movement now that's joined with, you know, we've joined in solidarity with people and the same thought all around the world that we are all equal and that inequality is our largest issue. So however we perceive that, just we've got one chance, as I see it. We're connected with the Internet, and who knows when we're going to have this opportunity again. I just hope that everybody sleeps deep into their hearts to do the best they can at this point in history, because this is a truly remarkable opportunity that we have.
I think we're trying to inspire each other. You know, we're trying to inspire each other to the greatest that we can possibly be. And you just don't know what our limits are. You just don't know where it might lead us. You can't be too skeptical or cynical at this stage, because we are just an infant movement, and we've already accomplished a great deal. We have already changed the perception. The whole 99%, 1%, that is Occupy, and it's still with us. Everybody's talking about inequality. Everybody's talking about how grim it is when you have that 1% plutocracy functioning in the United States and the effect that it has on the rest of the world. And Occupy is the only one who is really reaching at the structural and systemic problems, not just the individual symptoms of the problem, but the structural problems in our society that need to be addressed. And I think only Occupy seems capable of doing it. And I see us struggling, but nonetheless reaching out for that, you know, for the big picture, for the big ideas, for the big changes in the system. That's my hope. That's where I feel we're going. All right.
Hi, this is Delphine. Can you hear me?
My poor dog needs a walk, and I'm going to have to say goodbye. This has been just a wonderful experience. I'm so glad that I did this, and I'm looking forward to next week. And I just hope we can just keep on going.
Much love.
It's Delphine.
So thank you all. This is Gandalf.
Can you guys hear me?
And we'll be seeing you. We'll be talking to everyone again soon. Thank you so much.
Can folks hear me?
Later, Gandalf.
It's wonderful.
Bye, Gandalf.
All right. Talk to you soon, Stephen.
A little hug, Gandalf.
Okay. Good night, all. Occupy.
Rock on. Oh, Nicole is back. Hey, Nicole. Hey. We're just shooting the breeze here after the call about stuff and stuff.
Has anybody been talking about like the issues, how they're going to be presented, or is that kind of just like waiting for us to come together?
I'm sorry, say again. Somebody made a noise here and I couldn't hear the first part.
Has anybody heard of any proposals for how to address certain issues other than racism? Because that's the only one I've really heard. And the other proposal that we came across was the Tractify tour.
Well, as far as, things that are out there that we need to deal with, last week on the call, Brian put up his visioning statement, which is in another Titan pad somewhere, and he would like to have comments back on that. And so I think, that was part of the thing today, is that there was a lot of stuff to go through as far as old documents and whatnot, and it's just a lot to handle. So I think it would be good if people looked at that, if you care, to put your input on that. But then he wanted to have that done and over with by like March 1st, and so we can put it out. And that is part of the call for support, and that kind of thing too. So that by March 1st we would have a consent document that we could send out to all the other occupies to ask for, show of solidarity, endorsements, that kind of stuff.
All right. Well, I'm gonna log off too. I mean, I'm at work. We're just a little slow, so it allows me the opportunity to chime in periodically.
Right on.
Thank you for your time, and take care.
All right. We'll see you next week. Cool. All right. Well, now it's Chip, Delphine, Carrie, and Nicole. That's who we've got left.
Hi, can folks hear me?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Hi, I was speaking up before, but I don't know, my mic was muted or something. Not on my end. But I just wanted to respond to some of the other folks who were shooting the breeze, but I guess they all left anyway, so.
Shoot the breeze.
Anyway, I don't really have anything casual to say at the moment, but thank you. Have a good weekend. Or week. Week's not over yet.
No, it's not. Okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry. I don't know. Everybody's mic's been on since the call ended, as far as I can tell, except for Delphine is crackly. So I did I did mute her just for a minute, to make sure it was her. And it is.
Sorry.
But I don't. No, like Esperanza said that she had her hand raised. There was about 5 or 6 people that never raised their hand or anything, for me to call on, and I kept checking down the bottom of the list, and I didn't know if they were just, listening or lurking or what, but I was really surprised to find out that she had been raising her hand, and it didn't go up on the dashboard at all. So that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't know why my mic works sometimes and not others. Maybe it's that I'm calling in on a computer.
Could be. I don't know. I'm on my cell phone, but I've had to hold the thing right up to my face all day. Otherwise, people can't hear me. I can't even lay it on the desk and do speakerphone, or it cuts out. So we definitely, and it's hard to do these calls, Meetings face-to-face are so much easier, just logistically.
Well, thanks for keeping it going. Okay, have a good one.
All right, you too.
I had an operational question.
Yes, sir.
On the, as far as all of the punch button codes, is it possible to have more, or is that limited?
You know, I asked that too, and it's really weird from your perspective because you can't see anything. And I wondered the same thing last week. Why can't we use the other? And it's not. There's a little on the screen that I'm looking at. In the middle box, there's like everybody's name and whether your mic is on or off. And then on the other side, it shows a hand. And the hands only go to 5. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I don't think there's any way to put that in for other options. No.
Typically at a live GA, you have point of order, and you also have stand aside. And, you know, that has its place, and that's why I guess
it sure does. It sure does. Today was kind of a nightmare, to be honest with you. The 4 is supposed to be kind of a point of order, direct response to what that person is saying. And so finally, you know, at first nobody would raise their hand, right? For 5 minutes or so, I'm just like, come on, people, start. And then all of a sudden, like, honestly, 8 4s went up. 8 4s. And not a single one. You know?
I don't know if that's posted somewhere, but to list those numbers and give an explanation, like if it's even at the top of the Titan Pad or another page or an email that goes out to the people that are on the call saying this is how these codes are to be used. You know.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
It gets them up to speed. Okay. Somehow, so you have to keep, you know, doing it, but they do know then how to interact, you know, with it.
Just as a thought on that, I've been on quite a few Occupy calls, some that had like pretty much nobody on them, and other ones that had a ton of people on them, and were also like a lot of people wanting to talk. And as far as my understanding, 4 is direct response. So if a lot of people raise a 4, that means they want to directly respond to what was just said. And just tonight, I have never experienced a call like this because time and time and time again, those of us who wanted to directly respond, even if our name was said, somebody else, like in order of the hands that were raised, someone else was called on, and then multiple times, my number was completely blown off. It didn't matter if I raised a 4 in direct response or if I raised a 1 in general. So I honestly have never been on a call where there was that much disorder, and no offense, but I mean there's just like there wasn't really much process to, you know, respecting the numbers and, you know, direct response or raising your hand. And then as soon as it seemed like, hey, maybe they'll respond to the number now, then everybody's hands were put down, so we had to raise our hand again. And then even if I did that, I still didn't get called on. I've just never experienced that, and I've been on a ton of them.
Well, okay, so I'm the one that did that. And like I said, it took me 5 minutes to get anybody to raise their hand at all. And then as soon as they did, 8 people put up a 4. And I wrote them all down. Everybody I called on, as you put your hands up, I kept a handwritten list, and I have it here in front of me. And then I crossed people off as they were called on. So, and I know that in the first round, the first people that went were Sharon, Donna, Cal, Dan, Robert, Frank, and then those were all direct responses. Those were all 4, right? And just still on the list was Barbara, Delphine, Tina, what does that say? Lisa, Chris, Nikki. There you are. You were the like 8th or 9th on the list of direct responses. And at that point, we're a half hour, 40 minutes into the call. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I
so it was
that.
incredibly difficult that nobody could like decide what was raise your hand for stack and what was, I need to speak now. Everybody needed to speak now.
I get
every
that.
time.
I'm not dismissing that. I'm just saying on an occupied call where there were many people that wanted to speak, I have never seen or experienced that level of dismissal that it seemed like on this call, and then having our hands put down. You know what I mean? It's just that's, you know, I understand I may have been on this list and I was the 8th or 9th person, but then like I said, repeatedly after that, hands kept getting put down, and so we never even had a chance to address it until we wrote something on the Titan pad and somebody said, hey, these people have been waiting to speak and you put all the hands down, they haven't spoke yet. I totally respect that everybody wants to have a chance to speak and everybody should have a chance to speak. But I also don't think it's real cool when most of the people speaking about the proposal that was posted tonight on Titan Pad 38 aren't even the people who wrote it. And they're being allowed to speak to something that they're clearly not reading, because if they did, that would answer a lot of their questions. But they're also speaking to it as if they understand what's in it, and as if they understand what's going on, instead of at least trying to hear out the people that are involved. You know,
okay,
I mean,
well,
like,
that was
I
just
understand
posted,
everybody
though,
should be
too.
able to speak.
Yeah, okay, so, but that's what I was trying to explain. That's why you never got called on, is because I wrote it down. I wrote it down, and you were the 10th one. And I forgot to say, too, that in the course of calling on Sharon, Donna, Cal, Dan, Robert, I also went over to the only 2 people that raised a 1 were Waste and the Lakota guy and Lisa.
Okay.
Those are the only ones that raised it. So I did call them out of order.
And I raised a 1. I didn't say I only raised 4.
Okay, but no, I'm saying I called on those people that I've listed twice, right? And then I went over to the ones that I called on Waste and Lakota guy first, because that's Progressive stack. And then when I reset the hands, I called on Chip, Nikki, and Chaz. That was the next. So you were in the 2nd round. It just took us an hour to get to the 2nd round. I swear. You know, and actually, well, Nikki, I remember that you were the ones that was talking at the end of the call last week.
There's a Nikki on the call and there's a Nicole, just for a point of reference, and so we don't get any more confused. I'm Nicole.
Okay, you know what? I think I was calling you. You were the only Nicole on the call, and I was calling you Nikki and Nicole, and I should have just called you Nicole.
That's probably where the confusion was coming from, because every time you said Nikki, somebody else did speak. So I think there was a Nikki on the call, but then there's also me. So that's probably
because everybody's mic was off. When I call your name, I turn your mic on.
Well,
but I didn't call you Nicole.
Then I must be hearing it.
I don't know. See, it would have been good to put in last name, because I'm sorry, I assumed you were the Nikki on the phone last week. And she said, you know, I go by Nikki, but if I'm in trouble, call me Nicole, and then I'll answer.
Okay, so then there was Nikki on the call. So, okay, that clears it up. If there was a Nikki on the call last week, then clearly there was this week, too, because somebody was talking and it wasn't me. I'm not saying any of this to argue. I'm just saying, you know, I realize a lot of people want to talk, but if there's any help that's needed to help, you know, keep a flow in this call so that certain people's voices are heard and other people aren't routinely not heard, that would be great. Just a better process. That is all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I totally agree with you. This is the first time I've ever done this, so I tried hard. It was hard. Somebody else did put down his hands once or twice, which kind of messed with. That's when I started doing the handwritten list, because one of the other admins put down all the hands. So we have a few bugs to be worked out, but I think most of our problem is technical and not so much process. You know? And like Esperanza, apparently, gosh, she's going to be mad at me. She said she was raising her hand. I looked over and I tried to check the Titan pad too. Is also difficult because it's in a whole other tab, which is where, you know, the chat and the agenda is. And even though I'm switching back and forth all the time, I have to keep it on the tab that shows who's raising their hand. I can't keep it on the Titan pad. You know? So it's an imperfect system for sure.
Right.
It might help open 2 windows for that, so you have side-by-side windows and not the tabs. Actually, I made a request.
Yeah, that's true. I wear bifocals. If it was in 2 windows, I wouldn't be able to see it. But yeah, that would get around that. I was just switching back and forth between tabs. And you know what? I also have the Occupy Traverse City thing open, and all that stuff everybody posted. The thing that we were supposed to talk about today, the Delphine posted. Is that right? Yeah. She posted that this morning, and the most recent version was 2 hours before the call. So it's unlikely that a lot of people, that 30 people had time to really read through that 4-page thing and digest it 2 hours before the call.
And it was different from what was being talked about and proposed last week. So there was just, a lot of confusion, and it's still not clear.
I know. I'm more unclear now. A little bit.
Obviously, it is probably one of the most significant issues that has to be dealt with. But to focus that this is the solution, I think we need to acknowledge first this is the problem, and then put it up, okay, what are the potential solutions? And
that's
I had
the whole
a big talking circle going
That's the whole
with
thing,
a lot
following the process from last year. That is a potential solution, is following what was laid out last year. And the whole reason this is brought up about following process is because InterOccupy, including Cal, was aware of what happened last year. And this year was not following through on that and bringing that up for this year's national gathering. And as far as a working group that was formed so that people could address this, supposedly, the 9 people that he said signed up for his list and then didn't get involved, I even emailed him about it last year and never heard anything from him. And that's a separate email from the one that's posted in the document. So it's just a major failure of communication and following through. And that is why this is still an issue. I mean, racism is an issue regardless, unfortunately. But there has been a potential solution laid out there, and it's part of the consensus process. I mean, this is a movement, and if InterOccupy unites one working group with another working group, basically, and helps to unite this movement, there's a process.
Well, okay, but you know what,
and
too?
Accountability.
Yeah. There are many. Go ahead, Dan. Dan's here still, too.
I can barely hear in the background here, too, but, I mean, it just needs to be a proposal, and it needs to be formulated. I mean, a lot of people are saying things that a lot of people agree with on the call, but it's kind of beside the point. This is a meeting to, determine place, dates, locations, and stuff like that. And I mean, we're barely getting through that right now. And to say that we're putting this off, we just had a vote. I mean, I would hope that we we're going to settle this tonight and be able to move on. That it was an agreed upon status of old business that we were just going to agree is going to be addressed, and that group who's interested in that would volunteer to make that group work and whatnot. But I mean, for some reason that didn't go over very well. I don't know. I don't understand why that didn't go over, to tell you the truth. And
I think it probably had something to do with the fact that it was, okay, I missed the tail end of the call because my phone dropped the call. My battery almost died, so I had to call in on a different phone just now. But when this is an issue that is, I mean, any movement I've been a part of, whether it's been Occupy or other more local groups or other large groups, every single group has internalized racism, even if it is a priority for that group to address it. It's still an issue because it's that deeply entrenched in this culture. And when it's basically said like, okay, we're going to push this aside, if someone, if we want to get this group to deal with this issue and have a separate call and have a separate working group, that seems the way it was put across and the way I interpreted it, and I think the way a lot of people interpreted it, was let's let these people over here deal with this, and then we'll kind of focus on the gathering. Now, we would have loved to have had a conversation prior to the call tonight, which we were told was going to happen, and then we were told it was canceled, and then we were told yet again, never mind, it's going on. So it was not anybody's intention to just bog anyone down with this issue, even though, honestly, that's not how I look at it. As a white person, I have the privilege of not having to live with racism in my life every day, but it's still something that needs to be dealt with because it does affect our friends, and it does affect our relationships with people.
I agree with everything you're saying, but what's the proposal? There was no counter proposal to letting a group deal with this.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Everybody?
I think everybody acknowledges that it's a problem and it needs to be dealt with. But the issue is the proposed solution. Is that the most effective way? Is that the way that we want to proceed? Is that the way we should proceed? All of that is going to take time to have deep discussions about. It's not something that it's problem solution. Here's the problem. We've got the solution, and more needs to be because I'm not hearing anybody. Actually, there are voices that make it obvious, even within the last few weeks, that they don't connect and they don't understand that. But it's still needs to be put out for open discussions about it. Even in raising this, I had a talking circle going with a lot of my Indian friends, and a lot of them had been involved in different places, Occupy Albuquerque, Occupy Oakland, and there's been dissensions and splits there. And so they're giving me the feedback of what they experienced in those areas. And one elder, he's actually in Sacramento right now, which is why I contacted him. I saw it on his Facebook because he's from Six Nations up in Canada. And so it kind of surprised me that I saw he's out there now. And so he said he was kind of interested in what was going on there with that. But when I talked to him about interfacing with the national gathering and that, his feedback was that their most effective organizing happens at the local and the regional basis. Because when you go national, everybody's got so many different issues, it's hard to focus. But so he said the most productive organizing is smaller regions. And so this was just within the last week. I haven't given that much thought, but looking at
I totally agree with you. To me, I come from a small town Occupy. We've met weekly for over 2 years. We're a tight-knit group, and we're banging, no doubt. But we're a small town, and every time, a lot of times when I hear about all these problems that they had going to Occupy DC or Occupy Toronto or Occupy Oakland, to me, it's big city problems. It's not Occupy problems. It's big city problems that they're running into. That's been my experience. We live in a very different place than you all live too. We don't, we're occupied by America. This is an independent nation that, we're guests in, basically. Here is how, that's how we live.
I see what you're saying.
Hey, Chip, who was the one who talked about the local, this is Cal, I came back after my other call.
Hey, Cal.
Who was the one who said that Occupy, thanks, who said that Occupy, that organizing is more effective at the local level? Who said that? Because I just heard that in another conversation. I want to see if it's the same person.
Okay, this is
kind of along the lines of what was mentioned just a minute ago about regional groups. That's great, and that does work if like different parts of Occupy have their own regional groups, which obviously they do. But just as an example, I used to be a member of Deep Green Resistance, and I was a member of a separate chapter that my husband and I founded. And one of Deep Green Resistance's main principles was being white allies. So even though there are different chapters by state and different chapters by region, that was a main tenet of the organization as a whole. And if you weren't going to stick to those principles, and if you were a white member who was refusing to be an ally, who even acted, I'm trying to think of a good way to put this, you basically demonstrated internalized dominance as a white person through how you act towards people of color and people of color movements, you would be booted from the organization if you acted in that way because it's disrespectful. And there is not that organization here. So while it's important for there to be regional groups that are tight-knit and can hold each other accountable, at the same time that has to be something that comes from a national level first to give direction to all the little chapters, kind of like a snowflake model. Because if that doesn't happen at a larger level, it sure as heck is not going to happen at a smaller level.
Nicole, did you support the motion to give the group that's been working on this autonomy to continue working on this for NACAD?
That's been working on what?
Did you vote to support the motion to give the group that's been working on this autonomy to work on it?
What group?
The Occupy Racism, I think was the group mentioned, and somebody else.
I'm a part of Occupy Racism.
I think that
the motion was to give you folks.
Now, it wasn't that. The motion was to give a group, which I thought was supposed to be a subgroup of this, the wherewithal to be able to move forward this in conjunction with Occupy Racism and the other groups. I've heard very clearly from Sharon, I think it was Sharon, or maybe it was you, Nicole, but I thought it was Sharon, that Occupy Racism is not going to take this on. That was not the goal. So, at least not solely. They want to do it in partnership. And so the proposal, I thought, was to get it away from the large planning group because there were too many people and it took too much time. And the idea, that's what I thought Dan had proposed, and to give it to some smaller group of people who were interested in trying to have these conversations in parallel with the effort that the planning group is doing. That's what I understood. And maybe
exactly. Basically creating that process.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding something here, but
and if
again,
you're part of the group, if you're part of that group, we wanted to give you autonomy to use those funds. I mean, to me, it was ridiculous that this group is even having a conversation about whether you guys should be able to do it. I mean, of course you should be able to do it, and if there's nothing objectionable,
that, we don't need anybody to give us that autonomy, because the autonomy is not something to be given to us. We want to work with people, but what it seems like to us is this group wants to hand it off and not have to worry about looking at it and working with us.
I think there's people on this call that were very interested in working on that, not handing it off, but creating that group out of the people on the call. I know for sure Delphine was talking about being a part of that process too. So, I mean, to me, we're saying that we're blocking a process or something like that. To me, it was continuing. Well, I mean, how did you phrase it? Obstructing this, because it was my intention that we were going to be giving this authority to you to start planning for this.
I can't. You're breaking up real bad. I can't understand you.
I said it was the intention to give the group the authority to start planning for this, and to say that, well, it's not for us to give the authority to, then why are we even talking about it in the first place? Again, I mean, are we supposed to be talking about, are we going to embrace this or not? Because it seems like we are.
Because
embracing
I thought
is very different than giving authority. Giving authority presumes you are in a status, a hierarchy, to grant authority, to grant permission.
Thank you.
That is, I mean, that's amazing to even use that kind of terminology when you're thinking about co-equals, to be granting authority. So it's embedded in the language that we use that reflects how our minds are working.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, we have as this group, we are making decisions as a group on things like place of venue, dates, things like that. That's the consent of the group, right? That's what we're talking about. And I don't want to get into semantics here, but really nobody's blocking anything.
I never said, and nobody ever said anyone was blocking anything. What has been said is that the process of consensus has not been followed. And the whole,
we did. We took a vote and there was no consensus.
Is right on, because we don't want there to be hierarchy. We want to do this as a group, and that includes the national level.
Well,
the difficulty
I mean,
here
if
is that
you want the group to do it, make a motion for the group to take this on, but then you're micromanaging the process. I mean, really, that's what you're asking this group to do, and there's a logistical group, basically, is what this is. That there's no way that that's going to get supported. It's got to get down to a smaller group where people can focus on that, because you saw what happened today just about recording the call. It's not practical to put that particular subject onto the greater planning group as much as to delegate the responsibility to a group that has that focus. Does that make sense? And it's not passing it off as in we're going to let it fall between the cracks, as much as that's how the process works. Okay?
So can I jump in here for a second? My understanding, two things. One is that this group does have decision-making power to be able to make decisions about and any organizing group would do that, but anybody can be part of that decision-making body. It's not a closed group. It's an open group, and people can join the group and hang out for a while and then become part of the decision-making thing. So that's the first thing. Second thing is that, Nicole, as I recall, you were one of the two people who blocked the proposal because you put a 3 up, as I recall. And I
3 is not blocking. 3 is disagreement. I know that much about consensus.
Well, we use it both ways in InterOccupy. You can actually block with a 3. I don't know how it was done tonight, but it's different in different situations. But it seemed like you objected to having us being pulled off to whatever term you want to use. You seem to be objecting to having this pulled off to a subgroup, and you were seeming to say that the entire group must continue to deal with this. The problem is, as a matter of practicality, that's all this group will ever do for the next month, if that's what happens, based on what we saw tonight and based on what we're likely to see. And by the way, I'm also saying that if you just pre-program this 1 hour before the next call, it will not finish in 1 hour. There's no way that an hour can even come close to doing this justice, even if you only have 10 or 15 people on the call. You need at least 2 hours, in my opinion. This is why I suggested having a completely separate call that wasn't connected with this call, and then people who wanted to come would come. But I think insisting, which is what I thought I heard you do, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, it sounded like you were insisting that this group, this entire full NatGap planning group, continue to wrestle with this in toto, which I think means that they won't get anything else done. And correct me if I'm wrong.
Can I explain my position?
Yes, please.
I wasn't blocking, for one. I have never, in any call I've been on, not saying that's not the case in other calls, but not in this call, and not in any other call I've been on, had 3 described as a block. It's basically like, down twinkle, do you disagree? Do you want to explain why? I didn't block anything. I disagreed in what I explained. Maybe I didn't explain it clearly enough, but my concern was that this would be compartmentalized and basically pushed to the side. And forgive me if I think that that's what's going to happen, but I've watched it happen since last year. So, I mean, the group from last year, and which I hate to say you were a part of, has basically set us up to expect that, unfortunately. I would love to be, and I am, a part of a group that wants to address this and bring this training to the national gathering and hold the entire group, especially InterOccupy, which you are a part of, and Jackie, people who were part of this process last year, hold accountable to the process and what was agreed upon last year before the national gathering. And honestly, I don't know what else to say at this point that I haven't already said. So all I'm going to say is I put in the pad, there is a call for before, it's 6 p.m. Eastern Time next week to discuss this. For anyone who is interested, I put it in the Titan pad tonight for the agenda. But I don't know what else to say right now because I'm repeating myself over and over. And so I'm signing off for the night.
Let me just clarify too.
Before you go, Nicole, you said a couple things I want to just respond to. One, I was actually not part of the planning group. She left. Never mind.
Okay, Nicole.
She's gone.
She's gone?
Okay, well.
I mean, I thought I was pretty clear that I was trying to carry forward what had already been decided on, what they had already allocated funds for. They've already been working on it all this time. I think that's exactly what she's saying, but she's taking it as, oh, you're just blowing us off.
I think that my experience of I didn't talk to Nicole. Nicole's, she's not a person of color, but she recently took the anti-racism training just before last year's NatGat, so she's had several more months since then. But when she first got involved, it was kind of new religion for her to some degree, in my opinion. But if you're going to have this call recording posted, can you please chop it at the end of the official call again?
I hung up.
It's done. Promise.
When I hung up at the end of the call, that was the end of the recording.
So the last half hour.
Good. All right, good. So we're just having a casual conversation now. Good.
No, I don't want to set anybody up.
First of all, I think there's a problem. I think this group is going to have a problem because they're still being asked to inherit something left over and unfinished from last year. That group no longer exists. There's a couple people who are on this group who are supporting this group, and there's a couple who actually joined this group. And I wasn't a member of last year's group. I came on only as an InterOccupy facilitator because I was asked to help get the calls tightened up and also to help prevent some potential hijacking, which ended up never happening, and ended up facilitating about half of each of the last 10 calls, and we just had to get the stuff done because we had a lot to do, and they asked me to come in and do that. I only got involved in the very end, as I said in one of my shares tonight on the main call, that I got involved at the end because it looked like this was coming to a head, and I organized a call between the 3 people, Robin, Sharon, and Esperanza, and a handful of the organizers, because they were not talking the same language, and I wanted to try to facilitate that conversation. 2 things happened. One is I had a long talk with Robin and those guys about preparing for that call and saying, these guys on the organizing really don't understand how you're linking systemic racism to the lack of accountability, to the informal conversations, that this stuff needs to be wired. The dots need to be connected together with those guys before you can actually get them to commit to the things you're wanting them to commit to. And what happened on that call is I got completely broadsided because Robin said, we're going to skip over all of that conversation and we just say what we want you to do is this. And that's what we want you to agree to. And if you do this, we will consider ending the boycott, but we won't actually end the boycott. And for them to say now that the ending of the boycott was predicated on something that I was supposed to do, is that doesn't even make sense. And for them to come, for Robin to come on the call later and say that I didn't do the thing that I actually did is ridiculous. Just because people didn't decide to start a conversation isn't my doing. I'm not responsible for that. I was to create the venue for the conversation to happen. But I'm not the holder of the conversation. So the only way that I got involved as a participant was at the very end, and then at the event itself, I became sort of an organizer right on the ground there, just in the last few days leading up to it. But I was not around when this thing was when they supposedly had consensus around it. I was not around when Chris turned to them and said, "Well, the funds aren't there," and kind of shrugged his shoulders and figured that was the end of that. And the problem is that the pit bulls have gotten hold of the arm and they won't let go until either the animal's dead or you acknowledge the thing they want you to acknowledge. They have a point, but there are people who are just going nuts about the way they're going around doing it. Dan, I thought your proposal was a fine proposal, with the exception that I thought we needed to know before we voted on it whether we were talking about a training for the occupiers or for the organizers. And they were clear this is for the organizers ahead of time. This is what they wanted to do last year. This is what they want to do this year. So it's not something that we actually are going to run in parallel, which we tried to discuss last week. But once that was cleared up, I thought this was a fine proposal. I thought the idea of bringing this off to a smaller group is the only practical way to try to get through this. Otherwise, the entire planning group will be brought down to its knees. Check.
Last week they said it was going to be 3 days during the national gathering. That was what the proposal was. And it's like I have a problem with the whole process because it goes back to definitely I don't question that there's a problem. How to proceed to deal with it is, I think, the issue. The proposed solution, I think, is almost meaningless. They're coming off of there are possibly some issues that some organizers had. They felt they needed attention and needed training. So that training that was agreed to back then was focused on that particular group. And so the fact that it didn't happen in that is irrelevant to what is happening now, other than the fact that for some reason I don't know if this is like a litmus test that's being presented as that of this is what we want and unless you do it, but it's irrational, especially when their proposal last week was this was going to be to bring all these people out to NatGet for 3 days of intensive, workshops. And, what is that going to address? Because they say the problem is the whole Occupy movement has problems. So how is training a few people and putting all of this attention and focus on training a few people going to address that? So we have to look at, well, maybe there's other solutions that need to be looked at. And I thought of one, right? Wait a minute, if this training is so intense and so good, why don't we think about maybe doing it as a webcast, arranging for them to do it, and then people, organizers, if you will, can log in, anybody can log in and participate for an online web chat for 3 days. It would cost far less money. You don't have to raise thousands of dollars because they can do it from their home base. So that's one alternative. And the other is that it should be recorded and put up on video so people could see the videos and study and learn from the videos. And there's a whole bunch of other media and ways of getting similar information. It might not be their trademark proprietary plan, but there are other resources that can be made available to people in their own home, in their own space, focused on their own issues. It's part of organizing that, and that's why that new list was created to try and update the People of Color Resources page didn't even have its own page on the prior NatGet 2. It was a section of a whole general resource page. That's changed. It's going to be frontline and right up front on the new web page that's being developed, and hopefully more information. So that's my question: is is focusing on that as being the solution, when it might help a little bit, but it will not. We need much more than that.
Yeah.
And then it creates this division of like, oh, this is for the organizers. Do we have a hierarchy now that the general occupiers for you? This is for the upper echelon, the organizers. That aspect of it bothers me too. So I'm looking at something for everybody, and those that feel they need it, you can't force feed them. And that's one of the things that this looks like, is we're going to force feed you, and you're going to do it. Not going to get anywhere. This racism in this country is over 300 years old, and it's not going to be cured in 3 days. It's an ongoing thing. It's going to be very gradual evolution. But if we focus on it and then start, because it's going to be end up being face-to-face. People sitting down at their kitchen tables and talking to one another, raising their awareness, and being spread that way. I think that's going to end up being the effective way, where people gradually come to it. But to try and say we have the magic solution that's going to fix this, and it's just irrational to me.
What's completely irrational is we tried to give her group, I did at least, specific autonomy, and she voted against it. And the other guy who spoke, I'm not sure who it was, really was saying stuff like, Occupy is racist, we all know this, things like that. Who is he if he's not us? And she also said, we're getting blown off again. Well, who's we? I'm expecting us all to be in this together, not, basically say you're going to be against this, even when we try to support it. That is, that's somebody who's seeking conflict. It's not any kind of resolution. I'm really pretty flustered that somebody would start making that kind of accusation about us, and we're trying to give them access to participation in this process, and we're being told we're not doing that. It's very frustrating. It's just backwards, and I don't think it's based on any kind of reality as much as a preconceived agenda to the participating in the call. I think they're there to obstruct, and they may be very conservative political people, and they might have an agenda to just derail this no matter what we do. Check.
I'm like.
Wait a minute. Can we go round robin? Can we go round robin so each of us has a chance to speak in turn? Otherwise, we won't.
Go ahead.
Well, I think Carrie would be next.
I'm holding my head. Honestly, I feel this. I mean, they don't know me. They don't know us. They don't know this group. I'm involved because I can't go. I can't afford to go to California. I couldn't afford to go last year. I couldn't afford to go the year before that. But I felt really left out last year because I couldn't even find a live stream or a picture or like anything. I was like, damn, I could have helped with that. And so I wish I had gotten involved earlier last year. And like I said on the call, I mean, we kind of know Chaz and we kind of knew Chris, and so we kind of knew what was going on, in a Skype, Facebook kind of way, but, so anyway, I kind of feel like I'm inheriting last year's problems, which, and then I feel guilty about that, but I want to deal with it, but then again, too, I've already invited a whole bunch of my people to like the page, and all this and that, and now I'm worried that I put a bunch of Aloha people into an unsafe place, and And it's not just this call or this racism training or any of that. You know, the Facebook page is not to my liking. I don't like a good 20% of the stuff I see on that wall. You know, and the Twitter is kind of the same. And to be honest, I don't know too many people in this group. And I'm in what I consider to be a pretty huge, you know, group of Occupy network. I know all different people. And so, you know, that's the other thing, too, is that this Inner Occupy last year's NatGat group is that. And then, you know, there's a LinkedIn group. Guess what, y'all? And then there's, you know, various Facebook groups. And there's Yahoo groups. And there's, you know, people that are just on the ground talking to each other and don't really, you know. There's Mumble groups. There's Maestro groups. There's Ventrilo. There's, guess what, y'all? There's a live stream network of like tons and tons of streamers that are still out there doing it. You know, and so my hope, which I don't think is going to be realized at all, I'm realizing now, it was to unite all this shit and for us to get together and be on one page. And, you know, we do I don't know more Hawaii shit all the time, but I don't want to insert that into what is going on here. It would ruin it. And I like it the way it is, you know, but I don't know. We need to get resolution. We need, you know. So, okay, so my other thought, too, was coming into this from our now Hawaiian perspective, kind of, is that, you know, for when we have Pilikia here in Hawaii problems, you know, things that people need to work out, the process is called Ho'oponopono. And it's actually, I mean, you need to be trained and all this and that. And so I don't, you know, speak to know or pretend to know how to do it or anything, but I do know that when you go to Ho'oponopono, both sides have to be ready. And I mean, that's the very first step. And I just feel like the other side is not ready. And, you know, I don't want to be hung up on this weekly for the next 7 months. That's going to really ruin my good time. So articulate a proposal and let it. Yeah, we do need, I mean, I don't think it was being sidelined and compartmentalized. I thought it was being focused on like a laser beam, you know, but that's my perspective, I guess, is different. I don't know. All right, end rant, check.
Well, to think you didn't even want to talk, you were holding your head in your hands.
Don't even get me started. That's what you get. Now you know.
I did it. Have to take accountability. That seems to be the thing I'm just got to do all over the place. I got to take accountability for the whole fucking Occupy movement. Even though I just offered to do a couple little simple admin things here and there and to try to get people together to have a conversation. So they're going after me. So I'm going to call Robin, and things usually calm down after I talk to him, and we'll see what happens. But you know, I go right to the source of the adversarial problem. So a little bit of I have a sense that my sense is that they probably sense what I did, that last year's NatGat planning group was not all that sharp and together compared with the year before, which was tight, although they did have some hierarchical leadership. There were 3 people making some of the key decisions, and it was impossible to become part of that 3. They didn't add anybody to that. They wouldn't let anybody get in there. But it was a mild thing. Most of the decisions were made by the group, just they could sometimes be overturned or decisions could be made that we didn't find out about till later. That was upsetting. But the second year, it seemed like things were way too loose. For example, you know, we don't really have to get a contract for the venue, and we'll just do it. You know, we'll just nod our heads at each other because we do things sort of informally. And they got screwed a week out. And we had people who had, you know, who had planned to come and booked reservations and didn't know whether they were going to have the facility to make the kinds of presentations that they were told they were going to be able to make. So there's a lot of sloppiness in what people were told. And people held it, well, I told you this, but if it didn't come through, that's the way it goes. And there's a bit of that kind of casual attitude, even just a slight bit of it. You got a guy like Robin who's completely like focused on the precision of process and of accountability and all of that stuff, and he's gonna run a train through it. So he so I think what happened was they may have decided that, and the socioeconomic makeup of people in that region is largely fairly not only white skin but pasty white skin. Very, very, there's a lot. It's up in that region. It's very, 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 very white, and the whitest of the white. That doesn't mean there wasn't ethnic diversity in, say, Kalamazoo itself, and Detroit, which is a couple hundred miles away, but they must have felt for some reason that the organizers of that NetGat needed to take that training. My sense, and I think I posted it, it was embedded in one of the emails I sent out to the list today, that my sense is that this group has a lot more multicultural awareness and potentially more sensitivity than last year's group does, much more like I would expect in a multiculturally diverse group in Occupy. First of all, I look at the racial makeup of the people on this group, and I see far more people of color and far more people who represent different groups of color than I saw in last year's NatGat and to some degree in the year before. So already I feel like it's here, and do we need this group to come and basically say you must take this training if you want to be an organizer? That's the first point I want to make. The second point I want to make is that to your suggestion, Chip, I guess it was, who said it, that this could be, or whoever said that it could be videotaped or whatever. I don't think that's going to work because although they're a nonprofit institute, they do charge like $300 per head to come and do their trainings when they offer them. And they're offering this to the organizers for free, but I don't think they want their stuff put in public places where anybody could just get it for free. Because then they wouldn't have enough revenue to operate. I mean, we're still operating within the capitalist paradigm, and people have to survive. So these people probably don't make very much doing the trainings, and they need their operating budget and so forth and so on. And if basically it gets out onto the web, then basically they will probably lose most of what they will need to get their operating budget. So I would imagine they probably wouldn't be keen on that. But what I want to help those folks understand is that I don't know if this group needs it like the last year's group needs it. We all need it to some degree because this is systemic racism everywhere. In fact, I'm fond of saying, and my friend Angel Coda Williams, who's the most well-known and outspoken black Buddhist in America, is saying, if you are born and grow up in the U.S., regardless of your cycle of what you were exposed to as a child, you are racist, whether you're white, whether you're a color. Like every one of us is racist to some degree, and it varies from person to person. But I haven't actually met anybody who wasn't, even if they didn't realize it, it was inadvertent. So I think that there's some truth to the idea that to say if Occupy is racist because the enclosing society is racist and the people in the enclosing society to varying degrees are racist, it all makes sense to me. So white folks often, in my opinion, many white folks don't like hearing the idea that they're racist until they go through a training like this and go, holy crap, I was a progressive liberal and I thought I was colorblind, which of course is the wrong way to go about doing this, but I got my eyes blasted wide open when I did my anti-racism training such that I was able to actually teach it last year at the gathering. So, and I may do it again this year. Unless we have a better solution, which I would certainly yield to. So my point is, I think that they're feeling unsatisfied because this has never been resolved for them, and we need some kind of resolution which may or may not involve having the People's Institute come and do this training. I think their attitude is if the general approach is to say, yes, we need more training. All of us have blind spots around this to some degree, especially if we're white, to varying degrees, even though we may be exposed to a multicultural world, and that as long as we're going to continue to further our education and our development as people who are becoming more and more aware in a world which is trying to keep us from being that aware, I think that if we can find the right solution, we can satisfy them. I'm a bit concerned that we're kowtowing to them. Even your proposal, Dan, to some degree, is kowtowing and says, yes, we acknowledge we're going to inherit this thing from last year. Well, I don't actually think, I think that's a decision the planning group needs to make. Do we need to inherit the mess from last year, or is this a completely autonomous group? And, oh, well, lessons learned, and we'll learn from it, and we'll use that integrated moving forward, but not just to go ahead and try to satisfy the requirements that were not met last year. Because I don't know if I even support that. I'm just doing the best I can. But I'm not a decision maker here. Check. Chip, I guess it's your turn.
Where are we? Okay. Well, I guess I was going to pick up a little bit. I'm kind of like your situation and how I got it. I hadn't, NatGat wasn't on my agenda, my focus. I worked with a lot of Occupy Detroit, and I was doing things here, and then one day I got a phone call from one of the Occupy people, Occupy Detroit. It asked me, how can we get in touch with I Don't Know More people? And so I said, okay, what do you want? I mean, I participated in all of the actions that Occupy or I Don't Know More has done in the Detroit area. And so I know the people. I worked with the organizers. It's not, so what's the problem? And then they explained, that what was going on there. So it was like after the boycott was already in motion, I got this call to, we'd like to talk to some other Indians type of call. And so I said, what the hell is happening here? And then I started looking into it, and then it's like, okay, one of the women from our community is closely involved with this. So I went to her, and I said, what is going on in that? Because if you can show me some nasty stuff that's going on, I can run my mouth on that, and I will, be part of it. And I kept going, and it got to the point after days and days I spent on it trying to find out what was the basis, what started this, and that answer was never forthcoming. Because it was like they won't let us have our say, and they won't listen to us, and they won't give us respect in that. What specifically happened? And I can't tell you, get on the mail list and go back and read the mail list for the last year. And really, that's got to be 10,000 emails, over that period of all of that. And I'm supposed to go and sift out the few grains of wheat out of all of that to get an idea. And then other things started bothering me, where Robin made a point in one of his posts that something about the representative of Idle No More. And that took me by a surprise. I says, the representative. I says, that's a strange phenomenon, because Idle No More is kind of like, we're all in this, and to have like a designated representative, that concept bugged me. And I said, boy, I've never heard of that, but I'd like to know who it is. And I went to the organizers of Idle No More Detroit, and I said, do you know of an Idle No More Michigan? And no, don't know. And do you know this person? No, never met her. And I only knew her through Facebook. And we were in a love relationship, like everything that she was resharing things that I would post. So ideologically, we were hooked up, but it was just this, something was getting weird here. And I said, it just didn't make sense. And then I went to her radio program that she has and listened to the programs there. And then the one thing that really bugged me was the opening line of, she has a little promo on it that her radio station is the only source of truth and facts from an indigenous perspective on the whole World Wide Web. And I said, you didn't just say that. In essence, what you're saying is every other Indian that's posting on the internet are liars, because you are the only source of truth. And I said, where do you come up with that kind of mindset? And it just grew on me, and it just like, people are under the impression that here's an authorized representative, the gateway to the Indian community, and now my understanding was that the boycott was called by Robin. And then she felt a need from Solidarity to take up his, to support him in sympathy of whatever issues it was. And so she was then bringing in the Indian population to be the allies of Robin and to settle that. And it just got really ugly after that. And so very difficult to deal with that type of rollout. I don't have any issue. I understand there are embedded issues there, and I really understand more because of my latest readings how the Irish became white and the invention of the white race and all of this. It's like these are things they didn't teach me in school. And of course, these books have only been written in the last few years, so obviously. But it puts a perspective on it of how this whole thing developed and how it was intentionally created. With dates and everything. That's what's revealed in these books. This is how. It's because that people were together, fighting on a class basis. They were poor. They were being abused. The blacks were standing with the whites, and they were fighting and in rebellion. And as soon as they put that rebellion down, they started changing the laws to give privileges to white people and take away privileges from blacks. And that was essentially the where the big racial divide started. So unless we understand that, then the issue is, okay, that's how they did it, that's how they pulled it off in 1691. How do we start to address that and the ramifications of that today? And because it's still embedded in the law. You look at last year, what was being the Violence Against Women Act would not be renewed. And you listen to the Republican senators that were arguing about that. And no, we can't allow that because they put in a little clause that for the first time in history, Indians on their own land would have jurisdiction over a white person. So a normal white person, you can go on and rape or kill an Indian person. The Indians have no authority to arrest or bring you up on charges. That is the official U.S. law. And this Violence Against Women Act, for the first time, said, well, if a white guy is married to an Indian woman and he's abusing her or doing something, in that one exception, we will allow the tribal police and the tribal courts to take jurisdiction. But it's just like the first crack, and they fought that tooth and nail for months and months and months before it finally got passed. And it was just for that. So the depth of the racism in the laws, it's amazing. It needs to be dealt with. It's just that all of this push, it seems to me there's an agenda, there's something, and I just don't see this as a solution. You talk about making this available, that, okay, they're because it's an industry for them. But I look at, there's so much on the web. You got Tim Wise, and on YouTube, there's so many if people want it, it's there, to raise an awareness of these issues. And I think what we can do is put that together to sift all of that and bring it together, some of the best materials, and present it to the people. You can't force feed it, but say, here, maybe, did you see this? Look at this. And start presenting that platter of food and allow people to eat, from it. Because it's going to be a slow process. There's just no way around it. When it's been something that's been in process for hundreds of years, is not going to have it. And the other thing about it is is that they're not really part of the Occupy movement. And that's part of the problem. They want to come in and dictate. I said, well, if you want to pick on people that are really anti-racist, why aren't you go down and boycotting the Tea Party and the KKK and whatnot? That's whereas the other extreme. It's not to say that we don't have problems here, but it seems like there's something else going on here. And part of it is not really understanding the nature of the beast of what Occupy is. This is not like a hierarchical organization where you can come in, deal with the hierarchy, make a decision, because it's grassroots. And I asked SB when they were calling for the boycott and that. And in essence, to me, that's a block. That's an extreme block. That's off the chart block when you take that. It's not that, well, we are just leaving this. One, you weren't even a part of it, but if you were, it's that we are going to go through a scorched earth policy as we leave. We are going to go become obstructionists, and we're going to do damage. And so then it's like if somebody's in the organization and goes to a block, and then the decision is made, the group decides to go ahead with it in spite of that, then that person has said, I'm going to leave if that happens. Well, I would take it that those people have taken them out of the discussion. There's no longer even any need to discuss at that level because they didn't come, they weren't really part of it, and they're not seeking to be part of it. They're just seeking to control that. And I asked SB, I said, do you understand like the General Assembly process of the consensus decision making, how people make decisions? And it's like, no, I've never gone to any Occupy meeting. And I said, then okay, then that's you should start doing that so you understand the people. And then if you did that, maybe you'd get to know the people, and you'd have a different way of doing it. So you're coming on, you don't even know the procedures of how to approach things and how this, this is a different group. And I think that consensus decision part of the process is one of the most beautiful parts of it. If people, start developing that feeling that they can be part of the process, the decision-making process, that is key to the next step of creating a different world, to eliminating the hierarchy. But for they're coming in as like outsiders and wanting to deal with this problem that they see, and yeah, it's there. But I look at that video that I put up of Clayton when his expression of like when Occupy broke out, and he's looking at all of that, and it's, oh my God, we're going to have problems. So he just right from the first day recognized that was it. So to come in and all of a sudden, oh my God, Occupy Wall Street it's such a racist problem. Well, duh. That's going to be embedded anytime you have that. You didn't expect that to be there. And then you come in like you've got the magic wand to fix it. No, you have to understand it deeper, and then come up with a different way to interface, and don't have such high expectations that, boy, with a few sessions of this and it's all going to be cured. We need a much deeper, much more thorough program than what's on the table. And all of the attention and then all of the funds that's going to that, like what is it, $900, $1,000 left over from last year that they couldn't fund. They didn't have it. And then had this gone through, it would have been another couple $1,000, to go for that. There's big money out there if it's done right. One of the elders that I talked to told me that around the same time they are planning up in Ottawa a People's Social Forum based upon like the World Social Forum or the U.S. Social Forum. They're having the first one about the same time up in Canada. And he says, we've got like $500,000, and we've got it. This is going down, and we've got our allies lined up. And I said, boy, I want to talk to you about that, and I'm going to go. But so I think we're dealing with stragglers here who don't understand the level of what's going on in the organizing in that, because these people are years ahead of what we're dealing with here. It's like William is doing some great stuff, presenting some great exposure, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. I've got other people that are saying, they look at it, and I'm presenting this. These people are out there, they're getting together. William's doing this on it. How do you see interacting? And they ask me a lot of questions. And one of the Sundance leaders, listened to what I had to say, who's really in the forefront of the environmental movements and that. And he says, give me a couple of days and I'll get back to you, And it maybe he say, it's not right for us to, go in, or if they do decide, it's a whole different world there. And that interfacing, they take it very, very seriously. And it's not just like individuals, and I started thinking about it just this week. I said, I'm kind of taking a casual, because I know these people, and I'm talking to this one, the Dene brother, and then Lakota, Six Nations, and all over, and I'm kind of just like feeling almost an equal. And then I have to come back and say, wait a minute. When these people come out, they're not representing themselves. They are representing nations. And it just hit me. You know, that is the level we're dealing with here. You know, you might have a guy from Poland come to Occupy, but what if you had the Prime Minister of Poland? That's a different thing. So when the Indian people come, and if they come in a way that with the authority and the permission of their people, they are coming as representatives of nations, not as themselves. And I said, that's a whole different level. You know, and I haven't even really let that roll around a lot, but I was kind of like taking it a little more casually until I started thinking about that, and you know, then I'm getting reminders about that. So, check.
You know, all I got to say is, one, I go back to the HELO rule that we came up with. Very common sense thing for activists. If you're not willing to do it yourself, get it off the agenda. And you know, having somebody say, well, we were supposed to raise money since the last NatGat, and we just expect you to do it, and you're failing us. Is like, what? You know, no, you gotta. I thought that they wanted to be responsible and have input on this process and whatnot, but no, they want to divorce themselves from the responsibility of it. And when it was implied that it was to be a module for everyone to kind of learn from, that was like, well, no, again, you're putting us off to the side like a sideshow, and we had to have 2 full days of NatGat strictly focused on heavy racist, you know, content and messaging and stuff like that. Who's going to come? I mean, honestly, if everybody finds out that it's just going to be a, you know, a real heavy session, and it's even described, I think, as unpleasant. I mean, yeah, no way. Jackie, I think, brought it up, that what kind of time are we talking about? And if that's it, if that's the motion, then yeah, twinkle down. I'm sorry, I'm not for it, but I don't think we should be shoving it down anybody's throat, which is, you know, unfortunate, because probably, you know, a lot of people probably won't end up going to it if there's something else going on at the same time on the same days. But I mean, really, come on. And again, going back to, you know, we don't want to be responsible for it. We want you to fund this for these people to show up. Obviously, they put some time into organizing and thinking some of this through. They got something on paper, and again, to say, you know, you guys pay for it and you guys organize it is just, it's just kind of dumping this pet project on the group that's supposed to be organizing the event, not the individual module. So I don't know where they're going with this thing, honestly. And if that's what they want, then yeah, I guess no deal. And if that means that they're going to scream that we're racist because of that, then I don't see any way to make anybody happy, honestly. So what are we going to do about that? Jack, sorry.
Well, I think it's kind of laid out in their point 1 of their action items.
Wait a minute. I think I'm next.
I gave it a thoughtful pause, and I didn't hear anybody. I was waiting for somebody to say that.
No, I was waiting to see if Carrie wanted to talk again, but at the risk of having her go off on another.
No, I'm good. Take it away, Cal.
I'm teasing you, of course. Hopefully you understand that's all in fun. Yeah, I don't want to keep going around and around because we ended up we had 4 hours after the last NatGat call, and I can't do that again tonight. or ever probably. But I do think that I was just reading an email from Jackie about this, and I do think that they're just going to keep finding an accountability target until one or more of the following things happen. Maybe all of them have to happen. One, they find somebody who's completely squeaky clean in accountability and Occupy, and that'll never happen. Because we can't really be responsible for that which we can't control or manage, since we have no authority over anybody else. Two, the training they want actually happens exactly as they want it, and the leftover business from last year happens exactly as originally agreed to. And three, that an ongoing conversation about racism in the movement happens. That last one is the one that I'm interested in, the one that I'm setting up the list that we were talking about setting up back in September. And the only reason I didn't do it is because when nobody at all who wanted to be on the scholarship list responded, clearly the energy didn't seem to be there. So I'm just writing to Jackie about how we're going to resurrect this. Now, Robin's calling that an oops. There were a lot of oopses that happened in last year's Nat Gathering. Oops, we didn't have a contract, so the venue basically stiffed us. Oops, we thought we were going to have money for the training, but it didn't come through, so oh well. Oops, and so there's definitely a pattern there about we don't have to actually back up what we say and follow through with it. And what Robin and those guys really wanted was, if that wasn't going to happen, the money didn't come through, what plan do you have in place to bring about what you said was going to happen, which is that the trainers would be brought here. So, and Chris never offered that, neither did anybody else, because I think they just felt, well, we did our best and that's it. These guys are saying, well, no, you committed to this, therefore how good are you to your word? And so it's a difference in cultural understanding, and I don't think it's white versus people of color. I think it's Robin and Sharon and Nicole specifically versus the organizers from last year, and their stylistic differences about how they hold what they say they're going to do. I think when they say, sure, we can do that, it's, yeah, I'll give it a shot, and if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it happens. It's very casual, which I think is very hard to deal with in organizing and relationships too. You also have the problem that when you have a volunteer organization, you can't enforce compliance with anybody because there's no consequences. If you say you're going to do this and you don't do what you're going to say, there's no way. You can't get somebody to do it. You also can't even get them to necessarily even acknowledge it because, one, nobody can impose anything on anybody else. This is a problem in the movement that I think has to be resolved. How do we do accountability? Occupy just does in general, seems to do a piss poor job of accountability. We're great at pointing the finger at them, the 1%, and saying, you must be accountable. But when it comes to us pointing the finger at ourselves, and maybe pointing the finger isn't the right word, but of a way of actually supporting each other by holding each other accountable, we don't seem to have any way to do that any more than we have a way for giving feedback about what doesn't work. We mostly just praise each other, no matter whether we do a good job or not. Again, a symptom of an all-volunteer organization. So we have some weaknesses, that's for sure. And I don't see any, after 2.5 years, I don't see any movement to anything in place that would actually correct any of that. But I've also never been involved with anything like this before. Maybe they aren't to be corrected. That's just the way it's going to be. So I don't know. I'm dreading the call with those guys because I think they use phrases like control the narrative, and they're also talking about a shadow organization. They think InterOccupy might be some kind of shadow organization, and a little comment that was apparently on a chat, which I don't know was a Facebook chat or whatever, that was part of what a couple of excerpts that Jackie sent to me was, we know there are Sharon, we know there are controllers behind the scenes. Who the hell's controlling anything? Who is controlling anything? That's just so strange, as if there's some group of us somehow, whether they think it's some branch of InterOccupy that has some kind of invisible hand that's manipulating everything. I mean, you see it. It's pretty straightforward. You know, we let everybody get who wants to learn how to run the console and become a facilitator, and I don't understand who they think is controlling what, nor does anybody actually, in my view, have the power to control anything, especially given how amorphous the movement is. So I'll make it shorter this time. Check.
Okay, where are we?
I think you're next, Chip.
Okay. Well, all right, I'll go back to that. To me, the problem was there were certain individuals last year that they felt needed this training. It didn't happen. How does that then fall over then? Well, then somebody next year will have to take it in their stead to be their proxies. You know, they haven't for this year identified any instances of overt, you know, racist acts by, you know, people that are on the visioning committee. Yet they've got something that's, you know, they want. And it's interesting that I think because of the discussions last week, that their first paragraph says, well, okay, Occupy Sacramento is off the hook. We're not looking to them for anything. But we want a joint decision agreement with the NatGat organizers and their group. And so I have a problem with like making a decision with an outside group. You know, that sort of to give them the franchise that they then are the official Occupy race trainers. You know, and so they're like, I don't know if you picked that up, but I think it was Sharon Smith said that we expect this to grow all over the country. And so this is not just about, you know, this. They're trying to somehow link this and then interpret the agreements that are made that they then, you know, are put into that status where they become the supervisory committee of, you know, anti-racism training, and will decide, you know, who needs it and where, all across the country. So what their big picture, their big agenda is, I don't think it's clear, but I think that's part of it. That there's something much more that there, and they don't look at as being part of it. I'm looking at the solution of coming from within Occupy, of developing the resources within, because we've got those kind of people within activists who will volunteer their time. They won't ask to be paid. They won't ask to be flown across country and put in air-conditioned rooms when other people are sleeping in tents and backpacking. You know, it's just, it doesn't seem like they really want to be a part of and parcel of what, you know, Occupy is. They're just trying to align with it and ride it for, you know, their own purposes. And that's where I would divide. Yeah, they acknowledge we've got a problem, but let's look at the whole buffet table of solutions, you know, and not sign on and make a commitment. And then all of the focus then becomes on that one, to the detriment of a lot of other potential directions that it can be taking. So the whole procedure of how it's been, you know, transforming, and I think, I don't know. He says, yeah, we've got the contracts. Basically, he's saying of when this was consented to, and so I think maybe that even needs to be looked at, of the propriety of binding future generations to obligations. You know, the clarification there, because he keeps saying accountability, and maybe it should just be a statement that says, wait a minute, no one has authority to make those kind of commitments. So if it was, that person might not have gone and got the grounding before that decision, because I don't know how any of that was made, but that's one of the things that I've sensed, and the way that, like I call it, General Assembly, and sometimes the issues are put up and then they vote on it, and that bothers me that that is then taken as a statement of all the people. When you had 30 people present making that decision, and they never had time to take that proposal, go back and talk to other people and get a consensus of the whole community before making it. They just said proposal is made, and in a few minutes, you got 3 minutes to discuss it, boom, 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 pass. So that type of procedure is problematic for me. And I'm going back to some of the early ways, and because I'm not too connected with all of the current methods of the indigenous people, but some of the early records it talked about it. And just the other day, I happened to read a reference about how the Indians would make their decisions, and it said they waited the customary 2 days before replying. Because if you were given a proposition and you quickly respond on it, it was deemed to be insulting. You were treating that decision as something that was so very trivial. You weren't giving it thought. You weren't, giving it what it deserved. And I thought, boy, that's really a culture clash to see that was really the way they did their consensus. And of course, the people were involved, and after a presentation would be made, then all of the families would go back and they'd all talk about it and they'd work it through, and it might take a longer period of time, a slower process. And I think that's part of the culture clash. That there are big words on it that I learned from one of our indigenous elders when I was talking about some issues with some high school professors. And so she tossed out, that's simple. That's that monochronic, polychronic thing. I said, well, how do you spell that? So I had to go look it up, and that's basically it. The Western society is time is money, time is money, time is money. And the Indian, they tease about, we're on Indian time. It's just things will happen when it happens. And so it's a whole different way of doing things, and it's like a slower style, but it's a much more satisfying to me of doing things that way. And so this is kind of like the mix where Occupy is. It's like, they want to get into that, but they really don't have the experience and the just the familiarity with what is really needed to reach a lasting sort of consensus on things, so that you really come down to it and agree on it. And it's, sometimes it can't be done, and they talk about the Cherokee, that they would go through this process, and if they were at loggerheads and they couldn't come to agreement on something that was critical, they thought, then all of a sudden a new village was born. This group would go their way, and, the others would, and that's it. They worked on it, but sometimes you come to issues where people are just, no, we want to do things this way in our community. And and that's what you allow. You tolerate that, you accept that, you celebrate that you get to do it, and you don't get to impose by majority rule. Well, we're gonna vote, and it's however most of us. They would just say, okay, do your own thing, and then it might be a new community. So the Cherokee had 250 different villages, and they were happy because they got to decide in their village all of the details of how they would go to do things day by day. So that's a type of experience that most people are just totally unfamiliar with, having that. And it takes time. And it's not to say that that's even existing overtly in a lot of places, because there's so much of the colonization and damage that's been done to the indigenous tribes. Even the elder that I was talking to, he says, we're all colonized to a degree, of one degree or another. And that's part of their battle, is trying to get back to reclaiming their roots. And part of that they got to have resources so that you can take care of your people and be self-sufficient in that. When you're denied those resources, then you have to make compromises and sell out in cases. And we see that now. It's some of the sadness that's posted. We're seeing some of the nations just signing off on the pipelines and the tar sands. They're making them offers that they can't refuse, and it's right now it's a small amount, but it's happening, and it's really sad.
Dan, you still there? Anybody?
Hi, sorry. I got to a weird screen on my phone and I couldn't get back.
Ah, yes.
You won't see me on Tech Assistant too often, that's for sure.
I'm sorry, you won't see you on what too often?
Being the technical assistant that pulls people aside to help them fix their problems. That is Dan's job in our house. But he stepped out for a second. He's wrestling kids towards homework. But
I see.
Gosh, I don't know. I had a cogent thought for a second about what Chip was saying. But yeah, you know, it was really good. I really liked what you said, Chip. I can say that. And I can't remember. I know I'm cooking Spam right now because we live in Hawaii, and so we eat that crap at least once a week. So I was off cooking for part of what you said, but I'm looking at the Boycott Occupy Facebook page too, just to see if they posted anything, you know. And it says in the about, it says Occupy Racism and Idle No More Michigan call for a national boycott. So that was that Nicole lady? She's running this page too?
Which one? The boycott page?
Yeah. Well, and Sharon Smith posted a whole bunch of stuff too.
I'm not
How do you find
sure
that page?
Yeah, on Facebook it's called Boycott Occupy National Gathering.
So I'm not a Facebook person. If I'm walking up to an empty web page, what do I do?
Gosh. Let's see, hold on. Maybe
Are you
I
on
can
Facebook?
on the dashboard possibly. And you might be able to just view it as an outside person. Wait, no Facebook at all? You gotta be curious. They're talking about you, man. Also Sharon Smith, she was on the phone, right? That's our Sharon. She posted like 10 things 9 hours ago this morning. And so what I'm looking at too is that I have a lot of mutual friends with a lot of these people, and he posted the Occupy Toronto live stream at the exact. I watched that call. I've been on Dee's live stream. We get interviewed sometimes. We know Dee, so now I'm like freaking out. Like, who are these people? Are they just trolling us or me, or do we have mutual friends? Because you know what? We don't talk about this shit on Dee's live stream, and he's on a lot. So, it's just weird. Global Occupy Media, I'm in that group. We don't talk about this. You know what I mean? I don't know. I run a dozen pages on Facebook. And half of them are for Occupy or some other kind of group, and we just don't do that.
What's the name of that page again?
It's called Boycott Occupy National Gathering. Okay, so actually, it's http://www.facebook.com, and then it's www.facebook.com/boycottnatgat is the URL. Dude, I'm sorry, I got distracted. I was going to try and post that in the staff chat or something for you.
I remember this page from before. You said they were talking about who?
Well, okay, so I just went to there to just see if they checked, if they posted anything after our call or anything yet. And they have a pinned post from a long time ago. And then 22 minutes ago, they posted something. So that's cool. And then an hour ago, they posted an article. But then it goes back to yesterday, last night. But then if you go down to like the 4th or 5th post, is Your Daily World News from Global Occupy Media. Global Occupy Media is a Facebook group that we talk about global occupied media shit, and I'm in that group and have been for a long time. And then the one below that is the Occupy Toronto live stream link. I'm in that chat room many days a week, you know, and like I said, that's what we do. We're streamers, so we have that network. And so now I'm just thinking, like, are they in? Who are they? Because I know all the people in the, you know, the regulars. It's just weird, you know, or did they pull that from my wall? Because, you know, they're being like that. It's just fucking weird. Freaky. Don't like it. And Robin. Okay, so other than that, I mean, look at this wall. This is what everybody's upset about? Nobody likes this wall. Nobody shares this stuff. Nobody's talking about it. Which honestly means it's nothing on Facebook. There's no way. I got to scroll back up to see how many are talking about this. 21. Are you fucking kidding me? We have our panties in a pinch about this. Okay, so there's a video, too, that went around YouTube that everybody was mad about. And did you see that? You know what I'm talking about, the video? Because that video, the big one, has 210 views. And then they have an HD version of it that has 50 views. I'm sorry, but the YouTube video of my kid's 5th birthday party has more than 50 views, and that's just random. Nobody is sharing this. Nobody's talking about it. This is, and I don't mean to minimize the whole thing either, too. I know it's a huge fucking deal. We just spent hours talking about it. But
are you talking about?
I'm just trying to figure it out. You know, that's the other. I'm trying to figure it out still, and there's very few clues without going through, like Chip said, 10,000 pages of email. I can't even keep up with what's coming in, you know, this week, let alone go back. So it's a very weird situation to me. And oh yeah, I know. I'm sorry. God, I'm off on a rant again, but I totally agree with Chip too, and and you, Cal, too, I think said it too, that we need to have options about how to approach this and solve it. And the current proposal is not very occupied. You know, that we have to buy somebody's vacation to California. When we do, we have tons of people within our networks that could do this, you know, and that would love to do this. And then we can live stream it to the world and spread it to the world. And so the whole fact that it's proprietary, you know, and that I mean, what do they expect us to do with it? I mean, don't they expect us to teach the world what we've learned? It's just, the whole thing is very goofy. I don't know. My page is freaking me out. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, that little check at the end.
I don't know, man. There's nobody talking about the page. Robin was on here too. Oh, I meant to mention that since you mentioned his name. Robin and Tina Cachele, she was on the phone today. She liked something yesterday. I don't know who any of these people are. Nicole Lynn, that's who that was, isn't it? That's who that was. I don't know these people.
Well, I know of, I mean, I was on the calls at the very end, Sunday before the gathering started, which was 3 days before the gathering started, with Robin and Esperanza. And I'm sad that Esperanza couldn't get to speak, except the one time I heard her, because I specifically wanted to hear from her. She's not with Occupy Racism. She's with Idle No More, although, Chip, I think you were saying, I'm guessing she's the one you were talking about, who's represented herself as being Idle No More Michigan. So there's some controversy around her. But anyway, you know, if this thing, it feels like something that is just going to be very difficult to contain and allow the planning group to move forward with the business it already has, you know, considering the agenda is probably going to be even longer next week now as a result of this. And I have some fear that if they schedule their call for 1 hour before this call and they use a different phone line, you're going to find out that people are going to be filtering off that call into our call late. And so the first hour will we won't even have a lot of the people on it during the first half hour, especially if the thing continues on and on and on. So I think it's a bad timing. The whole idea was to do it at another time, not just an hour ahead. I am curious what caused it to fall through today. Lisa wrote me about 2 hours ago. I guess she must have been after she got off this call, and said that they had scheduled it for an hour before this, but that call fell through. And when they got on the call, they said no, it was canceled by somebody. So I'm not quite sure what happened there. I didn't even know it was scheduled because I didn't see anything posted to the list or on the agenda document. This is all, I don't even know how these decisions were made, but which is a little funky for me to find out about decisions afterwards that I can't participate in the consensus process for. But I do know that I don't know that I don't understand what happened to the pre-call that was supposed to happen, and I think that Nicole and Tina and those guys who were somewhat incensed about the fact that people hadn't read the materials before the call makes sense to me. I had imagined that when I proposed postponing this for a week last week, that we would spend the week discussing this on the list. We would start to circulate materials around before it. I never saw one word about this on the list, and I never saw a single document or anything passed around, except at the very end, the PDF, the proposal was passed around. So we didn't use the week wisely to actually flesh this out and get a leg up. And so a lot of what happened on the call was people just orienting themselves around this, when all of that Q&A could have happened before, the Q&As and all these comments could have happened before the call ever started. That's why I was afraid that if we had it in the first hour of the call, we wouldn't get much of anything else done. I don't really know how much longer the business took place. I got off as you were starting the report backs, but that doesn't, and I don't really need to know. But for me, any open-ended conversation like that should never start off the call, because it will just completely tank the call, in my experience. So I don't have much more to say. I got to get going. It's 12:14, and I got to be up in 5 hours. So maybe I'll stick on for a little while and hear one more round of this and say good night, or maybe I'll drop off before then. So curious what else there is to be said, if anything. Chip, you're next.
Okay, clarification on for Esperanza. She may have. I did not see her particularly at any of our local Idle No More gatherings. She has been coming to the same Indian Center that I go to occasionally. I don't see her often, but I have seen her there, and I know she's connected. There is an Idle No More Michigan Facebook group. I don't know whether or not it's at that level of they're a support group supporting, because Idle No More for the most part is Canadian issues. Although you're getting it down here, picking up that theme, but it seems that because I'm on the Idle No More, the official mailing list, and then what I'm getting is we're going to have this workshops on such and such a day, and it's all relevant to Canadian legal actions and that. So then I started thinking about, why don't we have Idle No More U.S.? And I started looking at that, and I saw somebody's already got that name registered and got parked the website on it, and it's not being used for anything. It's just got 2 paragraphs, and that's it, And so I tracked that person down as to why he's sitting on that and not maybe doing something. But she is connected at some level. I know when I went to the women that I work with in the community and asked, if they were the one that I talked to on it, that was one of the organizers for the Idle No More Detroit actions that we did, flash dances and so forth, and then we did a march down on the riverfront. She said she wasn't familiar with this person, and but she is part of the. She's about 30 or 40 miles outside of Detroit. She's not right in Detroit, but which is where I'm closer to. But she is. I'm not questioning it at all that she is participates at some level, and I think part of it is she has a mixed ancestry. I'm not sure how mixed, but it appears that she's African and indigenous and Indian, and I think she's saying that from a status with a tribe in Canada. And I'm thinking that's part of maybe her sensibilities where she felt compelled to support Robin for, when he called for the boycott, because she has those issues also, that she faces with. But then to come in and the way and then make this like an Indian issue, and then she's going to go to all of the Indians that she knows and, don't support this NatGad. And William took a little bit of umbrage at that because he's been trying to build bridges. And I know I have in the Detroit area. I've kind of laid back. I don't have status really. I'm just a recovering redneck that happened to have some, Indians somewhere in the past. But I am connected, with the local community, participating in ceremonies. I'm frequently called to be the firekeeper when they have ceremonies. They privilege me with that to do that. So I'm accepted in the local community, even though my people would be from the South. I happen to live in Michigan, so I love the ones I'm with, and that's mostly the Anishinaabe. Although there's in the Detroit area over 100 different tribes represented. That's part of the dislocation to get people off the land. Say, come to the cities and we'll give you jobs and all of this. And so that was the latest round a few decades back to get access to the few remaining acres of Indian land, whatever, to get them into the cities. And then, so we've got a very, very mixed indigenous environment. So, elders from a lot of different nations participate in the teachings and the social events and so forth. But it just, and one of the things when I talked to one of the women about what was going on, and that I had been working like trying to build this relationship because there's so many in Occupy Detroit that are really want to come and show that respect and get this, get some kind of a grounding on respecting the earth and so forth, all the stereotypical things of like, oh, that's your noble savage Indian. And when I said, and then we got these problems coming up and they're calling for a boycott. And she says, what? She says, that's not our way. And so that just that idea of them, of how they were dealing with the situation, the women that I work with, in fact, when the women have a ceremonial lodge in that, often I'm the one that keeps the fire. It's the women that go inside the lodge, but I would be serving like the firekeeper, for them in that. So I do have this, relationship, and I'm able to talk to, them and seek their advice in that. And the ones who say, boy, that's not the way we do things. And so I kind of like, after I started hearing this, I'm saying, I think we've got a situation, and it's just unpleasant. And and I think, I don't know, it's just that it seems like using that kind of a status, and I don't know what the agenda is, I don't know what caused it, but to me it's just, whether it's just intentionally to derail things, but it seems like something else is a seeking of status, of again, a connection with it. They don't want to be part of it, but they want to do what they feel is necessary. But I'm having trouble with the proposed solutions that they're offering. So check and I'll listen to what anybody else has to say.
You want to go, Cal? You're tired?
Oh, I just wanted to ask a quick question, Chip. Are you, and then I have one more comment. What's your lineage, Chip?
I've got a whole paper on that. I'm mixed. My mom was first generation Hungarian. My dad was, we always used to think Irish out of the hills in Tennessee, North Carolina, and then that's mixed in with the Cherokee. That's the family lore, and that's the laughing stock. I know. I've got a cartoon about that. But I'm detribalized from that. But I've been associated with. I was born in Michigan, live here, and the people here are predominantly Anishinaabe. So Ojibwe, Odawa, Potawatomi. Those are the people of the homeland. Although we do have, Mohawk, Dene, and Lakota, and who name, like I said, we've got over 100 tribes in the Tri-County area, like 15,000 Indians that are within the three-county Detroit area, and most of the action is going around. We have a local Indian health center, and they've done expansive things in the last 5-10 years. It really opened up to be the center of community activities, celebrations, ceremonies, and we got about 4 or 5 different service associations. One was it started out as being a community, like a membership organization, and it was the oldest urban Indian association in the country, like 70 years in 2010. So now it'd be like 74 years that they've existed. And that was like a general membership thing. The other agencies are more toward like services, like the health services, but they've expanded that to basically be taking care of the health of the community. So they just open up the facilities for neighborhood meetings. Some of them even aren't related. They just pay a 50 token fee to use the auditoriums and that, and they come in and teach about urban gardening or whatever else they want. If different community groups want to use the facilities, it's open to them as long as it's something that's compatible with living in a good way. So it was and Anishinaabe elders that I've worked closely with, although I've been in ceremony with a lot of others, but it's one of my close friends is one of the ones that does the ceremonies and that, and that did a naming ceremony for myself and others. So that's where I got my name. Was not from Cherokee, but from Odawa, which is part of the Three Fires Confederacy here in Michigan.
I'm sorry, which name was that?
That's the name that they go through. They have naming ceremonies to provide a name. And then there's a protocol that it goes through, but also a lot of.
No. I'm not asking about the process. I'm asking what the name was. If you didn't say it, that's fine. I didn't know if I'd missed it. That's all.
No, I didn't say it. I just said it. That was.
Okay, that's fine.
So.
That's fine. Okay.
And I've just gone around the circle. In fact, that's what. And SB just went off like, oh, look at this, and I'm just like laying it out. Yeah, I'm a recovering pride. I've never denied that, so I don't know why she's, it was right up front. So I wrote about it because I had this other web page, and it's focused on. It was an interesting, very intriguing saying that came out from Aboriginal people. Lila Watson in Australia, where they get all of these do-goody people coming down to help them, missionary types and whatever. And her group, the statement is attributed to her, but she defers that was really a group statement, a quotation, but it's, if you're coming here to help me, you're wasting your time. But if you're coming because your liberation is bound with mine, let us work together. And that was potent to me. And I think that's where it needs, that's part of it. That's part of this racism and this white privilege and this status that of coming, that you're the white knight coming in to save the poor people, you know. And then it goes back to what Goethe said, no one is so enslaved as those that falsely believe they are free. So that's where I'm coming, is all of these people who have white privilege, they're still slaves and they're still being exploited. They have more privilege and they have more benefits, but in reality, they're getting screwed by the system. And, of course, the people in Occupy are waking up to that. So, see, that's the opening door. They are then realizing that they're being exploited too. And that's what this Aboriginal woman says. Once you come to that point where you realize you also need to be liberated, then it's time we can work together. And so, and I don't know, the last several years been amazing, and it started with, it was one of my Lakota friends. He says, hey, read this book. You know, it was about rednecks. And it was about rednecks by a redneck, and it just, that opened doors. And that book mentioned 10 more books. And it gave me stuff that I never knew, and it started revealing to me, there's other stuff that I'd found independently that was head-scratching stuff, and this just started putting all the pieces together. And I could probably put like 10 books together that really is the basis, and I think it's the key to what has to be addressed to bring the system down. And it gets to primarily the Southern fundamentalist, that's the key, getting through to the Scots-Irish ethnic group. You know, there's a professor up in University of Manitoba wrote about the authoritarians, and I stumbled on that about, 6 or 8 months ago. He's got it free on his website, and he has gone, his entire career, like over 40 years, has been studying that personality type of people who defer to authority and follow orders and it picks up where Milgram left off with the Milgram's experiment, if you're familiar with that, and much deeper. And it's like it makes you despondent almost. And because he says you cannot reason with these people. The way that their minds have been twisted around, they don't respond to rational discussion, rational argument. They don't connect the dots. They understand a lot of things, but they're not able to put it together. And in his research, he puts that all together, and then he says, okay, well, if that's the situation, how do we deal with it? And then he says, you can't talk religion, you can't talk politics, you've got to come in and build a bond separate from that. Because once you start getting into those areas that they're sensitive about, the wall goes up, and you're not going to get through it all. And so it's an amazing what he lays out. And he said, basically, he's got, you go to those people, what do they love? They love the creeks and the streams and the mountains, and they love the environment. So he says that's one of the ways you get in. You get in and start working with them on where you have common ground. And then gradually, then you can start opening up the other things. And part of that gets into this deep, deep colonization from what they went through over 2,000 years. That's the old history, and one of our Indian elders, John Trudell, talked about that, what happened to the tribes of Europe, and you look at the process of the Inquisition and the things that were done to them to subject, because they used to be tribal. When I started understanding that, reading about the Scots-Irish, because this is a particular ethnic group. It's different than Irish, Scotch, or whatever. The Scots-Irish, you look at who they were, and they were the border people. It goes back to the land where William Wallace was, where they made the Braveheart movie. That's who these people are that gradually ended up in the South. It's a particular quirky ethnic group, and you look at the history and said, boy, 2,000 years ago they were matrilineal. They had clans, and they had and I'm reading about how they were, and I said, that's like the Indians, you know. And then you take that of, okay, what 2,000 years did to them. And, boy, it was just mind-opening. And it just all started because this one Lakota brother says, hey, yeah, I found this interesting book. Read this. And, but again, you know, that's been like for me a 5-year elevation of like from where I was then. And even then I was, you know, on a good way to being decolonized. But well, these last 5 years, since I'm getting not only taught by the elders, but also they're suggesting, you know, resources. It's just the type of thing. But I don't know, people are into 28-second sound bites. Quick, texting, boom, boom. And so you don't get people that read books anymore. They don't even want computers anymore, you know, because everything's on that phone. It's all they need. You know, they're disconnected, and it's going to be quite a process. So, check.
Sorry, I just asked you a quick question. Anyway, I gotta go. My final comment is that I have some concern that these guys will try to discredit people who are actually hardworking people of integrity. I have some, and I think they're likely to try to do it with me. You know, I'm known for being a straight arrow when it comes to what I say and the words I use and all of that. And I'm concerned that they're going to try to damage my, for lack of a better word, reputation. So I don't know what, I think I'm going to just follow the course I usually do, which is to go towards the source of the difficulty, which in this case would be Robin, for starters, and have a chat with him, and you know, help them understand that I in fact did send out this thing. I mean, it looks like I didn't hit everything that I could have, but at the same time, I also wonder, as I just wrote to Jackie, you know, they don't follow through. They just leave people to do things, and if they don't do the things they are expecting, months later they come back and they rail them in public. So in my world, in relationship, if you say I'm going to do this and then the time goes by and you don't do it and it doesn't seem you've done it, I would go to you and express concern and say, I noticed that what I thought was going to happen, what I thought you said was blah, 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 and I noticed that I don't see an invitation from you. What's going on here, and not just drop it on your end as well. And so it does take two to tango, and I think I'm going to bring that to them because Jackie's complained about with them, and I feel like I'm feeling the sting of it now to find out that she says I never saw an invitation 5 months after it went out. That, you know, seems a little odd to me, to be sort of outed about it in a public forum like this rather than her coming back and saying, you know, what gives. And I would have said, well, in your mailbox on this date, you'll find your invitation, you know, to participate on the list, or you'll find your what is it, your welcome that you actually got added to the list, which is actually what happened. Mm-hmm. So in some ways, I feel like, you know, they can point the finger of accountability, but if they don't follow through either, they'll probably say, well, it's not our job to follow you around and clean up after your messes. But, you know, if you don't get what you expect, come back in a reasonable time frame and find out about it. Don't just wait months and months and months, because this is not the first time they've done that. That's essentially what happened with the original thing last year. This is what Jackie tells me, is that after Chris told them that the money wasn't there, you know, they said, well, you know, we expect you guys to follow through, and da-da-da-da, and then nothing happened. And in the last 3 weeks, they start, you know, raising the stink and say, you know, you guys didn't do what you said. But all those weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, maybe months went by with them not coming back and saying, you know, what's going on with this. So I understand the notion of not wanting to be a handholder, but I do think it takes two to tango. So I'm curious what others might think of it, but I probably should go. I'm going to just silently disappear in the next few minutes without saying anything. Check.
I would like to hit that. There's a definite dishonesty.
Is that Chip?
Yes.
I'd like to just make sure that either Carrie or Dan didn't want to speak first before you spoke again.
Oh, I thought Dan was gone.
Dan is gone. This is Carrie. My phone's about dead, so I'm tied to the wall right now, the outlet. But I'm getting tired too, and I need to shuffle kids through the shower and that kind of stuff pretty soon, so I think we'll all drop off. But I wanted to say Cal, you asked about when did all this happen with the meeting and stuff. And I don't know exactly, but I got a Facebook message from Brian that there was a bunch of conversation going on the visioning group wall about having a special meeting with about this for an hour before the call. And so then I think they spent all day trying to make that happen and realized it couldn't through Maestro to sign on everybody an hour early. So then I got an email from Lisa or Jackie, but those were Lisa, Jackie, and me were in an email. And she sent me an email that the first hour of the call was going to be about the racism thing, and then we would have the 2-hour call after that. So not optimum, but then again, it put a lot more people into the conversation and on the call. But that happened like yesterday or this morning is when that happened. And then the Occupy Racism proposal thing that Delphine put up, she put up 5 hours before the call. And then on the Facebook group. And I don't know where else it was, but that's where I saw it. And then 2 hours before the call, that was a 2-page document. She put up 2 hours before the call a 4-page document that was the new updated version of that. And a lot of us have a life outside of these phone calls, and I mean, I don't know if a lot of people checked it, but that's what I know about that. That's as far as that decision goes. I think that was all the checks I had.
It's amazing because I just for them to say people haven't read the pad and get annoyed about it if they really only put that up hours before, considering how weighty the material was, it just surprises me. But I'm going to have to go. Chip, I'm afraid I'm going to miss what you were going to say next. I'll probably sit on for about a minute and then I really got to go.
Okay, I'll hit.
Hurting my body when I don't nourish myself. So
a lot of the issues that it seems to be a dishonesty coming from that, and I don't know who. I think Robin sent out one, and I called him on it because they threw their little temper tantrum once. There were Indians that said, "Well, we're not part of that boycott. We don't support it." They went on that campaign, and it was ugly. And then to have them say we didn't do that when they posted the pictures on their website, and then they went down and clicked they liked it, and then Robin puts out the email that says we're not responsible for that character assassination. And it really offended me. One of the pieces that they put out with the elder and they called petting zoo, the Nat Gat petting zoo, and juxtaposed behind him, it was mixed in this photo collage with one of these fake Indians. She goes around, calls herself White Eagle Medicine Woman. She's got like a 7-foot magical mystical drum. And she charges like $30,000 to come in and do her stuff. Well, she brought that to Michigan, and I was with the AIM group. We went out in 2 different places and confronted her. One, we turned into a huge talking circle. Our grandmothers came out, and they sat her down, and they just went around, and they gave her some talking. And then a day or 2 later, she was going to this little retreat where they were going to do sweat lodges and stuff. It was like a new agey group, and so I went there with the AIM too. And we couldn't go on the property, but we were all lined up, letting people know that we're coming to that wasn't like it was just cultural exploitation. So anyway, they took her picture, this woman, and put it next to this legitimate Indian elder, and said Nadgat Petting Zoo. And that and for them to then come back and say, we didn't do that. We're not responsible for it. When it's to this day, it's still on the Boycott National Gathering page. If you go back to it, it's still there, and you look at it, and you look at the likes, and it's liked by the boycott team. And so, how they operate, it's just like there's not an integrity where they're coming from when they do that. And then now they're kind of laid back because William was on the call, and Esperanza I think was kind of quiet because I think if she would have started on some of the stuff that what she did last year and what she did to these elders and William, I mean, he just, because I spent time with him, I drove him out to Kalamazoo from Detroit, and then we talked a lot later, and he, and finally it got to the point he said, I'm just going to just ignore it. It was just, but if it rises again, and it looks like it might, so it's, not good on that front. And I forget the other point. There was something else that Carrie just said that.
Yeah, I can't remember what I just said either.
But
you know what? Okay, so that picture that is awful. And to be honest with you, I don't want that picture pulled. I want the whole damn page pulled. If it's all water under the bridge and blah blah blah. Hide the page. First of all, they can hide the page without even deleting it, and they could. If they were really, truly, into working it out, and, that's what they're saying, they could hide that page. But I've never seen it before until Tricia posted those pictures. She posted links to those pictures you were talking, and I looked at them all. There was 3 of them, right? And so she just posted the links to those individual pictures, and I clicked on them each. And then later, like a week later, I went and looked at them again, and then I clicked forward on the next picture. And I'll tell you what, I about fell out of my chair because the next picture is a picture that I posted on at least 3 or 4 of my Facebook walls. It was a picture of an Idle No More Light Brigade Occupy River West action, and it was posted on August 30th, a week after all those terrible pictures were posted on the 23rd. They posted that a week later, and that's when I first started to look into who are these people that are liking this page, and I realized that it's not that many people, first of all, and I do know that not a lot of people can do a lot of damage. They really can, especially if you respond to it inappropriately, which I have heard that there was some inappropriate response from our side to tweets or something. I don't know. But, that's the thing to me is that I don't quite get it because they uploaded a picture. And it's not like they were making fun of it either. They actually copied and pasted the whole description over that had the links to the Occupy River West page. And, they were promoting Occupy. Like I said, there's no way I can explain this to my local folks. It's just not going to happen, y'all. And I'm not going to bring this Pilikia over to my group or my, people. It's just, we have to work it out. We have to come to some common ground. I think it's there. But, I don't know who the players are or why, all of them. But we've got to work it out.
I think William talked about that lateral oppression, or some of the people did, and for that, where you have somebody that's saying they represent Idle No More to then go and do that to, and saying that they're just song and dance Indians there for the entertainment. When I've got a 1-hour workshop when I was out there posted on my YouTube page with William in one of the rooms speaking to the whole group of people. He's not there, entertaining. He's there educating, teaching, inspiring. and for them to to talk dismissively about that is extremely disrespectful, and to both of them. So I at that level they just don't have a lot of any weight with how they want to present their issues after the the things that they've really done.
Yeah. I mean, I can't. It's unfathomable to me that the people that I know here, and okay, so I should clarify too that we kind of actually have two I don't know more Hawaii things going on. We do actually have a handful of folks that have either lived here their whole life or moved here that are First Nations, and they have powwows and stuff and all that kind, and so they have their own, and they've actually had some actions and whatnot that they've called I don't know more and all that. And then there's another Hawaiian version of it but they're connected, but they're separate. And so, but the Hawaiian lady that's running the I don't know more here on Hawaii Island is Pua Case, and she's an elder, and I would love to be able to give, our indigenous people here a platform to speak to, and so and so I've told a lot of them, I've told a lot of the different kapunas and kumus that, that this was happening and that Occupy was going to be focusing on, all the First Nations and indigenous peoples, and they're all excited about it, so, I would love to add that, to the mix, and be able to bring those people around. But like I said before, if everybody's not coming from a place of aloha,